more months with you beautiful chatters. Year of socialist pension paid weird champ. Love you guys. Hasan. Hasan sub once again.
I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the NBs are having a fantastic one because it is... It is Wednesday, February 2nd, 2022, 11:17 a.m. And it's technically 2/2/22. That's what this is.
Almost 2 years chat hassle.
And I hope everyone's having a fantastic time overall across the board. That Otter in the background, the dude from Saga, have you read Saga? Yes, I have. And yes, it is. It is Otter from Saga. Yes, I have read Saga. Brian K. Vaughan is one of my favorite comic book writers. Woo! Is the shirt the new merch? No, it's not. Riding hogs, picking up chicks. This is not the new merch. (2/22/2022) is a Tuesday. Pog. Let's go. I have not read Saga in a while. Not entirely certain as to what's going on. But having said that, you should give me money because you're a non-black and it's Black History Month. Absolutely not. Bruh, buy me Pokemon Arceus for reparations. I am Greek. Also absolutely not. Thank you, Dick4, for the 50 gifted subs. Thank you, Giddy Gad, for the 5 tier 1 gift subs. I don't know what's going on. But where was I? Oh, yeah. What's up, folks? It's Wednesday today, but it's like a Tuesday because it's 2/2/2/2. But yes, it is the start of Black History Month. And, you know, what a wonderful invention that is. And of course, Black History Month started off with some racism, some good old fashioned racism. Bring this up here, which is what we're going to talk about a little bit. Today's Groundhog Day also. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that stuff. Anyway. However,
Poop and pee.
It's not time for that yet. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. That's right. I need to get a fucking haircut. Like, you know, thin it a little bit because my hair has gotten completely out of control. So that's something that I gotta do. Anyway, like not actually a cut, but just like a trimming.
I can feel the brain rot.
Anyway, other than that, personal news wise, last night I ended the broadcast. I have been watching Attack on Titan. Started rewatching season 3 just to catch up with the shit that I've been missing out on. So that's what I've been watching. And that's what I've been doing. Attack on Titan is so fucking good. Haven't seen season 4 yet, so excited about that. Haven't seen the new Demon Slayer yet this week. We'll get to that too. But overall, you know, AOT is very cool and very good. Jeff Zucker is out of CNN. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Anyway, listen. I haven't done shit other than that. Played a little bit of Pokemons in the morning. Actually, that's not even true. I actually didn't play any Pokemon last night at all, and I didn't play any Pokemon this morning. Or did I play a little bit? I guess I played a little bit in the morning, but it doesn't count. Anyway, other than that, though, this morning we shot the new episode. We shot the new episode of Fear and Malding, me and Will. So that's out tomorrow, so get excited for that. And that's it. I mean, there's not much more personal news in my life. My life is basically back in order. Like, my parents are gone. And, you know, I'm tracking my fucking calories again. I'm tracking my sleep patterns with this Whoop thing that looks like... The funny thing about this thing is that it literally looks like an ankle bracelet. Like, it looks like an ankle monitor. You know what I mean? Like I'm on house arrest or something.
Happy Black History Month, chat.
So, gotta put the charger on it, actually. So that's what I've been looking at, and honestly, this fucking thing, anti-max, anti-vax, Christian Holocaust React content. Okay, maybe in a little bit. When is your podcast with Felix out? I don't know. You gotta ask him, not me. So, I literally just want one for sleep tracking. Does it seem to line up with how you feel about your sleep? I don't really know. I don't know if it lines up with how I feel about my sleep. Like, I just have figured out that it's impossible for me to... It's basically impossible. The Macy's, thank you for the playlist. It's basically impossible for me to just fucking sleep for more than 6 hours, though. Like, every day I fucking wake up, no matter when I go to bed, every day I wake up 6 hours after I go to bed. And it's crazy. So, No matter what I do, it's like I can't sleep for more than 6 hours. Stop drinking caffeine, except caffeine should stop me from fucking going to sleep. It should prevent me from going to sleep, right? Except it doesn't prevent me from going to sleep. It prevents me... It doesn't prevent me from going to sleep at all. I go to sleep easily, okay? I go to sleep super easy. I just wake up at 6 hours. You know? What is this? What the fuck is this? I have the same issue. However, caffeine affects REM sleep quality and length. That's why yours might be cut short. I mean, I get like an hour of REM sleep a night, according to this battery thing. According to this whoop. So I don't know if that's actually good or not. And the other thing that I find to be really particularly interesting, because I've finalized like my 4 days, because like this thing, it takes 4 days for it to figure out like what it is, like how many calories you consume and stuff like that. Most of it is done off of your heartbeat and your heart rate and your temperature, your blood oxidation, stuff like that, right? And one of the most interesting things I have found is that on days where I am streaming, chat, on days where I'm streaming, I basically don't do anything. Like on days where I'm streaming, my body is so, like my resting metabolic rate is super low. Okay, so like the amount of calories I can consume. Now, obviously, that's not an exact fucking exact science. Oh, sorry. I meant on days where I don't train and just stream. On days where I wake up and then work out in the morning, which is 4 times a week, and it's like very strenuous, I am burning approximately 2,800 calories. Now, this is not exact, but this is what it says I am burning by looking at my heart rate and stuff like that, which is really low. Like that's really, really, really low, especially for someone of my size, especially for someone of my muscle mass. That's incredibly fucking low. 2,700 calories, the 2,800 calories per day. But for example, there are certain days where I'm actually fucking, there are certain days where I'm actually working out, right? Or not working out, but at least doing something that is physically strenuous, like going out. So, like that night when I went out, I actually burned almost, even though I didn't work out that day, I burned almost like 2,800 calories.
Two months of brain rot.
Sorry, I just have to open the door. Jesus Christ. It's not effing, I have to open the door real quick. I'll be back. Fuck. One moment.
Time flies. Hassle. I want my Uhuru reparations. Happy Black History Month.
Woo! Okay, I'm back. Sorry. As I was saying, I just had to open the I have to open the door.
Groundhogs are cute.
That's mad low. Average male resting metabolic rate is approximately weight in pounds times 15. So for you, it's like what, 3,300? Yes. My resting metabolic rate, which is not, this is bro science for the most part, but my resting metabolic rate is supposed to be much, much higher, but it's not much, much higher. It's very low. I suspect it is because of my incredibly sedentary lifestyle, but also on top of that, I had to open the door for delivery, nothing else. I suspect part of it is because I have I don't know. Part of it is because I just have like a really shitty metabolism. I track this information with a biometrics app, and that's it. Anyway. Hold on. I forgot what I was going to do. Holy shit. Huh. Why don't we get a walking desk or do push-ups at the top of every hour ad break? Maybe.
Transgender pride.
I don't want to fucking hear from weirdos though that are like, dude, the solution is being vegan. Dude, the solution is finding Allah. Dude, the solution is actually converting to Scientology. Dude, the solution is this. The solution is that. Shut the fuck up. None of you guys know anything, okay? I know everything about my own body. I am very careful and very deliberate, and I am like following everything, trying to figure out exactly what it is, okay? You do not know from the other side of the camera. You do not know how much I exert myself. You don't know anything. So stop trying to fucking convert me to your goddamn religion, okay? Motherfuckers be like, yeah, Bitcoin, cryptocurrency will actually solve your caloric problems, you know? 17K race baiting Andy, lol. What do you mean race baiting Andy? Mauled Roach. Dude, look at this. How does some fucking idiot,
Since you started covering Palestina.
how does a dude go from like, I don't know, memeing and stuff to being like, you're a fucking roach and you race bait? It's really interesting. Boomer Hasan becoming conservative to being like mauled roach, carrot is a slur for gingers, 17K race baiting Andy lol. Like, how did this homie go here? Like, how the fuck did that happen? Race baiting is in like he's saying I bait, like I'm either he means like I'm anti-white racist and also I'm like, you know, talking about you know, black people problems to bait. Add me in the screen cap for the meltdown video. Independent voter here who voted for Trump. Ask me anything. Get me in the screen cap. I'm poor. Free sub, please. I'm poor. I'm not subscribed and haven't seen an ad all night. Yeah. Meltdown 2020. By the way, Meltdown 2020 was during election. Like, oh, never mind. This guy's just a fucking idiot. God damn it. He watches me play video games, though. Should I... Fuck, I'm gonna unban him. Yeah, he's a racist, but he watches me play video games, and so I'm gonna unban him. Sorry. Yeah, he calls me a roach, but he watches me play video games. Important. I don't know what this is, but I'm not interested in what it is because it's like being automatically clapped. There's a new iDubbbz video or some shit out. Racist Pokemon enjoyer. Your body can use less calories than normal if you try to lose fat too fast. At least that happened to me. Anyway, look, all I'm saying is this, okay? I'm monitoring my shit. I'm working on it. And one of the unique things I found out, even though it's not an exact science because this whoop has no idea what my body fat percentage is or what my lean muscle mass is. Like, it doesn't know that. So it can't figure that out to an exact, like to a T. But what I mean by that is, I think what I found interesting is like on days where I don't do any walking whatsoever, I burn 2,300 calories. If I'm just streaming, I wake up, I sit down, I stream for hours and hours and hours, and I don't do anything else, and I go to sleep, that I'm burning 2,300 calories. That's really, really low. That's like 1,000 calories too fucking low, right? So there's something wrong with me there. And then on days where I'm actually walking around, on days where I'm actually fucking walking around, right? Like even with sedentary, 2,300 calories is like I'm a woman. You know what I mean? I'm like a tiny woman. That's like 2,300 calories sedentary is like literally just crazy. I'm burning, my body burns calories like a much smaller woman. 2,300 calories is insanely high for no physical activity. Are you serious? I'm 6'4" and 260 pounds. That's like, that is, it's not even, it's not, I should be burning 3,000 calories minimum just to exist. Anyway. By the way, for the record, now that's an exaggeration. 2,300 is literally average for an average male, but yes, too low for you. Yeah, I mean, it's just fucking way too low. 2,300 is normal for a woman that exercises like twice a week. Yeah. So like my fucking resting metabolic rate on a day where I haven't exerted myself at all is 2,300. That's incredibly fucking low. Like that's insanely low. I should be clapping 3K calories regularly. But even if I'm like, even if I'm sitting at a desk, like for me to survive, I should be burning 3,000 calories. And then everything on top of that, like 200 to 500 calories on top of that for depending on how much activity I engage in. Another thing I found that's really interesting is like on days where I walk a lot, like when I went out on Saturday night, I walked a lot. I was on my feet a lot, right? The calories I consumed on that, the calories I burned on that day is near the equivalent, okay, of a day where I worked out super hard the next morning. So it's wild how much walking around burns your fucking calories. How much walking around actually works. Like it's literally just, it's broken, dude. Walking is OP, standing is OP. You know, low intensity, long bouts of like minimal to somewhat like cardiovascular activity is just OP as fuck. Sitting straight up kills you, but standing is not good either, for the record. Like LA is not a walking city, but the problem is like standing is not great either. I have a standing desk. I'm standing right now, but standing just on your own without like actually moving, without moving in place, like that doesn't help either. You have to do some other shit. You burn more calories with more muscle on you, mate. You probably already know. Get them gains. You'll be set once your body's metabolism comes up. Dog, I do know that. That's why I'm saying I think this like this tracker is incorrect for that reason.
Yo.
Dude, can you imagine telling a 265-pound person put more muscle mass on? I have more muscle mass than like 99.9% of human beings. You get that, right? Like, I know. That's why I'm saying my resting metabolic rate is like broken. Is like super fucking low.
About being able to breathe in a mask.
I have more muscle mass than like two people put together for the most part. Okay, they're Baki. I mean, it's just true. Like, I don't know why this is considered controversial. Like across the board, just by how tall I am, it's. By how tall I am, it's literally fucking, you know. Crazy. What? Anyway. All that muscle but can't win at tug of war. Isn't it a little bit hyperbolic to say you have more muscle than that muscle mass than two whole people? Two tiny people. Anyway, listen. Just buy an exercise bike and sit on that while you do your desk. How much do you bench? Not a lot right now. Like at my max, my bench was always my worst. 305 for like 3 is what I've hit at my peak, which is really bad for someone of my size. My bench press has always been my lowest, like just my worst exercise for the most part. At my peak muscle, that was the weakest. It's not great. I have really long arms too. Like I have a genetic disadvantage, and now it's much lower. Now I'm barely repping 225. Like. MyFitnessPal says your BMR should be at 224 calories. Wait, what? Yeah, dude, BMR is based on BMR is not good. Like that's not an adequate measure. That's what I'm saying. Okay? You have to body fat. You have to test your body fat percentage in order to figure out what your daily caloric, like your basal metabolic rate is. There's no way to figure out your basal metabolic rate aside from doing one of those, like going into one of those pools where they look at your fucking actual body fat and then they measure how much you weigh, and through the water displacement they figure out
about the annoying fools. Love you, Hassel.
Basal pepega. No, that's what it is, isn't it? Wait, I said the right thing. Why are people fucking hitting me with pepegas? Dude, this is so funny. Motherfuckers are like, bro, basal is a plant. No, that's like how you say it. Basal metabolic rate. That's what BMR stands for. Anyway, listen.
Hasan, have you caught
Hasan, you're only 6'4". I thought you were taller, my G. No, I'm 6'4". I find 6'4" to be the perfect height. I'm very happy. Like, I'm already fucking not fitting into places. You know what I mean? It's already frustrating. If I was a little bit taller, I think it would be like way worse. I love my height. I'm very happy with it.
Longer than 2 months, but let's go.
Okay. All right. Well, let's blast off. Daycare is open. We're talking about racism in the NFL. Jeff Zucker resigning amidst relationship controversy. Jeff Zucker, for those of you who don't know, is CNN's president. And more than MasterChef promise. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay. I will be doing MasterChef today. That is a 100% certainty. That's a 100% guarantee. That's a 100% promise. And, you know, I know that a lot of people fucking are disappointed when I don't watch MasterChef one fucking day out of the week. Holy shit. But, you know, blast off. Let your friends know. Let your enemies know. Let your foes know. Let everybody fucking know. We're live and alive. And also, I just want to give a quick shout out and a congratulations to Ethan Klein and Hila Klein for baby Bruce being born on this wonderful day on 2/2/22. Now that's a birthday you're never gonna forget. That's like kind of a crazy day to be fucking born, I think. You know?
Tie.
So texted my man last night and he's like, yep, we're just waiting. We're just waiting for the baby to pop out. And you know, oldest juicer. So congratulations to the Kleins. Ethan officially a DILF? What do you mean? He already has children, bro. This is not his first. What the fuck? Bro, he's had multiple kids. This is his third, dog. You versus Oliver Tree as Godfather, who would win? Oh, I would destroy Oliver Tree.
Happy Groundhog's Day, everyone. Hassle.
Here's a totally real story where you know every detail is legit. Okay, well.
Moon 2 spin, moon 2 spin, moon 2 spin, moon 2 spin, moon 2 spin.
His nickname is forever gonna be Deuce. Bruce the Deuce. Oh yeah, like the second. It's his second law? Oh, I thought he had 2 kids already. Dude, I don't fucking know. Dude, children do not exist in my universe, okay? This is actually what I was going to talk about. So for me, I'm 30 years old, right? So, you know, I have a lot of friends and coworkers who are having kids. Like, they're all having kids. And I am so far removed from that universe that, like, I don't know how to talk about kids. I don't know what to say. Like, when someone has a kid, I'm like, oh, congratulations on, you know, being a dad again. Like, what do you say? Because I was thinking about that. Like, when I was texting Ethan last night, I was like, what do I say in this situation? Like, oh, man, you're a dad times 2. Like, you know what I mean? What do I say? Because I just don't know. And it's like a weird thing because obviously, like, it's somewhat of a reminder that, you know, you're getting old as well as everyone else around you. And it's that age. Like, I'm at that fucking age now. You know, this is a pivotal time when, like, all my friends are getting married. All my friends are having fucking children. And meanwhile, I have like 50,000 children that I tend to on a daily basis on the internet. Like, that's it. That's what I have. Hasan actually autistic? I don't think that's autism. I just don't know what the fucking social, like, how to be socially graceful. Like I just said, congrats, but I feel like that's not enough.
Be constantly in motion or else you die.
You know what I mean? Wanted kids when I grew up, when I was 1. Now I don't think in this society. No, I mean, I want to have kids too. But like, bro, I don't even have a fucking girlfriend. So, you know, GG's on that one. I think you need to, in order to have children, I mean, I would like to at least be in a relationship first for a long period of time. And then, you know, potentially marriage. I don't know. I don't know how that fucking stuff works. And I'm nowhere near. Turns out Ethan pro-life. Wait, what do you? Yeah, my man had 3, so you know it's pro-life. Send him a Starbucks gift card. As a mom of 2 in my 30s, we know you mean well. Yeah. It's your toxic masculinity preventing you from saying goo goo gaga to make a baby smile. Yeah. Oh, here, by the way, this is the meme for the day. Bye, Dad. I'm leaving for the party. Not dressed like that, you aren't, young man. Better? Yes, bitch, slay.
Brain rot about to pop off.
I think at the very least, you're relatable to autistic people, mainly because of your social incompetence. I'm autistic, by the way. That's not meant to be a diss. No, I have social incompetence out the wazoo, dude. Straight up. I mean, that's true. It's literally true. I try, though. Like, I try my best. I mean, I'm very extroverted, so I love socializing and shit, but I am very incompetent in social settings. Will has many stories about it. I'm not introverted at all. I'm super extroverted, and I love being the center of attention in conversations and whatnot. So I do love performing. I love the performance of like being out and about. But when it comes to like social courtesies, I'm so bad. I just don't know.
Canadian Hogs live Steam walkie-talkie app being trolled.
You know? I'm really bad at social courtesies. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I don't know what to say when someone loses a loved one. I don't know what to say when, you know, people are doing shit that's to be congratulated. Why do you have such good feminine features for a guy? I'm jealous. Like what? Wait, what the fuck is a feminine feature that I have for a guy? I love that. What are like my eyelashes? Isn't that how all dudes are though? I've heard from so many women that like dudes just have the best eyelashes without trying.
Wow.
And that's just like a thing. I don't know. Chat really saying random shit. You managed to fuck up the exposure again? No, that when that light is out, when that light is on, it's always blown up, but I don't really care because when I sit down, it's fine. Men and boys especially have nice eyelashes. Look up Madeline Brewer. She's famous and also my cousin. Be my cousin-in-law. What? Madeline Brewer? Are you trying to hook me up with your cousin? Who the fuck is Madeline Brewer? Known as Trisha Miller in Orange is the New Black. I don't know who this is. But oh no, she's from New Jersey. Ew.
Thanks for existing.
No thanks.
Spicy takes king. Glad to suffer from the brain rot with all of your.
Kidding. She's hot. Says you. Shut up, bitch. I deny. But anyway, yeah. Congratulations to Ethan Klein. Congratulations to Hila Klein. Congratulations to the Kleiners and the H3H3 Productions in general for having a child. I don't know what else to say about it other than that. I mean, it's sick. It just feels like cause I'm so fucking inexperienced with this stuff that like maybe it'll get better. Maybe I'll be able to figure it out better when more of my friends have children. So like I'll know what to say about children related shit. Like, whoa, that's sick. Like, are they talking yet? Like, I don't fucking know, dude. Like, yo, did they walk? Goo goo gaga. Like, I don't fucking know. Sick baby, bro. No, I mean, well, you know what I always think about when it comes to babies? Like, I think about that fucking the Cody Ko, Jimmy Tatro, where he's like, that baby has fucked vibes, bro. From what's the fucking show that they had that was really good actually, like pretty funny. God damn it, the Simi Valley, Real Bros of Simi Valley, where I'm just like, yo, baby's looking at me weird, dude. I'm just kidding. Honestly, I think most people are just winging it most of the time when it comes to this stuff. Nobody really knows. I am terrified about, oh, this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I mean. Yes. This.
No, I'm good. Like, I've known you since 9th grade, bro. You've known this guy for maybe a year.
What's good, my guy?
Maybe.
Yo, why is he looking at me like that? What's up, little bud? You got a staring problem, pal?
Like what, dude? He's just looking at you. He's a baby.
Look at his face. Dumb little face.
Stop.
Yo, Zan, get your boy, dog.
Yo, get your boy, dog. Get your fucking boy, dog. Like, I've known you for so many years, dude, and And you've only known this baby for like a day, dog. Chill. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, I love that one. But I know. It's just that's kind of how I feel though. Like sometimes.
The best that ever was has flavor.
With like, I've had a dog, right? So when we're talking about dogs, like I know exactly what to do when someone gets a new dog. I know exactly what to talk about. But with like babies, like I haven't had a baby. I haven't been around babies. You know what I mean? My only experience with babies is when XQC's offline and the juicers come in. And my only experience with babydom is, me. I was a baby. Right? So, what the fuck? That video is the Jeff's. Wait, what happened?
Like a politician.
The NFL video is gone? The NFL racing video is gone. Oh no. Man, my flatmate lost her father on Monday. I was the only person there to comfort her, and it was so difficult to say something. Yeah, I mean, that's different, though. That's, like, even harder for me. You'd be the ultimate DILF baby wearing and working out. That is even harder to, like... How'd you treat Murad as a baby? Dude, I was a baby. What do you mean? I was 2. When he was a baby, I was a baby. So we just, like, grew up together. We don't have that much of an age difference. Nothing makes you more tired than a baby, so anything you could do to help Ethan with basic life shit will make him forever grateful. Whoopi Goldberg doubling down on Colbert, not cringe. Yeah, we're going to talk about Whoopi Goldberg in a minute, because... Anyway. Dude, the story, the NFL story is what we're going to talk about now. That's what I'm going to start off with, okay? Dude, your bro has a baby? What? No, Murat doesn't have a baby.
Rock backed up Joe Rogan's statement on Spotify.
I think that's probably when I'll figure out, like because I will probably have a child after Murat, if we're being real. Like, my money is on him, like, having a child before me, for sure, because I'm incompetent and a child myself still. So I'll probably figure it out when he has one. You know what I mean? That's like when I'll fucking know how to do this shit. All right. But speaking of babies and all of these babies in the chat, time to educate all of y'all. Daycare is fucking open, Let's get started. Let's get popping. Oh, I got to cover the Jen Psaki response to Joe Rogan video too. That one's so fucking cringe. Oh, it's on the lineup. All right, perfect. Let's do it.
Joined by Brian Flores, who was the head coach of the Miami Dolphins for the last several years, who was released last month and has filed, as of yesterday, a lawsuit against the National Football League about its hiring practices. Also, here are his attorneys, Doug Wigdor and John Alefterakis. Yes. Thank you all for coming. Yeah. And Brian, let's just jump in. We have 20 minutes here, so we will be able to cover a lot of ground, and we are delighted. You filed this lawsuit, which you are aware is obviously going to have enormous repercussions. What was the tipping point for you, through your experiences, that made you feel this was something you needed to do?
Well, I mean, just, I've been on, several interviews over the years. And look, I mean, we didn't have to file a lawsuit for the world to know that there's an issue from a hiring and firing practices in the National Football League.
Why? That's correct. A lot of people have pointed this out. So why did you feel you needed to do this?
Because we need change. That was the number one reason. And I know there's a sacrifice, there's risk to that, but at the end of the day, we need change. We need change. I know many very capable black coaches, some of my staff who I know, if given an opportunity or when given an opportunity, are going to go and do a great job on their interview.
The NFL is comprised of an athlete base that is 70% black. So on the field, 70% of the players are black. Okay? 70%. Out of the, 27 coaches, there's only one black head coach. And from what I understand, and goddamn, I am such a sports ball Andy right now, but Brian Flores has 32 coaches. 32 coaches, 5 teams without a head coach currently, only one black head coach, okay? And only 2 non-black or non-white head coaches other than that. There's one Lebanese coach, and then there is one Puerto Rican coach. So other than that, every other fucking team is coached by a white dude, okay? Now, this conversation is really fucking annoying because immediately people are like, oh, you want to fucking hire someone just on the basis of them being black? It's like, no, but also, if you are to tell me that there is not a single good black coach that is good enough that, like, you know, there are fucking 5 teams with no head coach at the moment, you're really telling me that there's not like one fucking good black coach? I mean, Brian Flores literally was a winning coach.
You look cute as hell.
Okay. Who got fired? The lawsuit is comprised of like, there's a couple different things going on right now. Okay, so we're gonna unpack these different elements of this lawsuit because one of them is about racism, which goes against the Rooney Rule that the NFL has, which they established in 2003, and that's like the classic lip service, like aesthetic liberalism, diversity quota rule that they passed in 2003, which dictates that every, that requires league teams to interview ethnic minority candidates for head coaching and senior football operation jobs. And it's like an affirmative action principle, basically, but it's just lip service. It's just lip service. And his experience that he is going to describe here, before we get to him, actually, I think we'll do the refresher here. That's like a lot better to probably go through the details. His experience with Bill Belichick kind of proves that the Rooney Rule is simply just a fucking basic lip service for liberals, aesthetic liberalism moment. Okay? The second part of it is, as Jarvis points out here, the second part of the problem is that in order to get a better fucking pick in the draft, the Florida Dolphins, like the Dolphins wanted to, or Miami Dolphins, Florida Dolphins, the Dolphins wanted to fucking lose. Okay? So they wanted to pay him to lose. They wanted to pay him $100K in bonuses for every loss in 2019. I said Florida Dolphins.
Wow,
so they have a better draft spot. Okay? And then they fired him because he was winning too much. So we'll talk about that part of it as well. So let's, sports talk boy equals yes. Yeah, I mean, here, let's just continue. Brian Flores is also the only Dolphins coach since 2003 to have consecutive winning seasons. It's not even about racial quotas or anything. It's literally just not only picking white people, lmao. How do people think that that's normal, but hiring a single black person is going too far? Racism. Let's continue.
Claiming racial discrimination in pro football. Former Miami Dolphins coach Brian Flores is suing the NFL and 3 teams claiming, quote, in certain critical ways, the NFL is racially segregated and is managed much like a plantation.
Spare me the shock. Don't be shocked that this is going on.
Yeah, I mean, it is shocking, guys. Guys, you might be shocked to find out that the NFL is racist. Oh, fuck. I'm so surprised. I mean, goddamn, dude. The NFL fan base, well, at least certain parts of the fan base is racist as shit, as we saw with the whole Black Lives Matter movement with Colin Kaepernick. And the NFL team owners are obviously, a part of that. Even when they're trying to be anti-racist, like the Raiders guy, the Raiders billionaire with the weirdest haircut on the fucking planet, it's still a gigantic hit and a miss. What's the fucking a swing and a miss? Sorry. What's the Yeah, no, we're gonna talk about Jets in a second. Will and I had this conversation earlier today, and it was pretty funny. What was it, Mark Davis, when he fucking came out with like that dumbass tweet, like the none of us can breathe or whatever? Anyway, we'll talk about it, but it's just It's hilarious, okay? This part. In certain critical ways, the NFL is racially segregated and is managed much like a plantation. Its 32 owners, none of whom are black, profit substantially from the labor of NFL players, 70% of whom are black. The owners watch the games from atop NFL stadiums in their luxury boxes, while their majority black workforce put their bodies on the line every Sunday, taking vicious hits and suffering debilitating injuries to their bodies and their brains, while the NFL and its owners reap billions of dollars. It's true. It is true. The NFL is incredibly exploitative. It's gotten better over the years, but it's still fucking horrible. Okay? The idea that like we have the idea that they are standing in front of like actual fucking critical CTE research and because that means that it'll hurt their fucking bottom line when we find out that like, you know, being concussed every goddamn weekend is probably not good for you and it ends up making you do mass murders because your brain is fucking broken. You know, that's not good for the NFL. So we can't have that.
You're happy for them. Then offered to babysit sometime.
They farm Pop Warner Little Leagues too. It's fucked. Yeah, I mean, of course they do. So, yeah, the NFL to the CTE is like ExxonMobil with climate change. Like they've known for a very long time, and they fucking have stood in front of it for a very long time. Oh, here, this was the Raiders tweet. I can breathe. Oh, God. Anyway, this is when you're trying to be... This is the least racist NFL owner, by the way.
Turn it up.
Ah! That's what he looks like. Billionaire, by the way. Flies in his private jet to get that haircut, by the way. Personally. Okay. So let's continue.
Dolphins fired Flores last month after back-to-back winning seasons, but the team failed to make the playoffs. The lawsuit even accuses Dolphins owner Stephen Ross of offering to pay Flores $100,000 for every loss during the 2019 season to secure a higher draft pick.
There are a lot of accusations that obviously he has been holding on to, and he decided that he was going to file that lawsuit, which was filed today, again, seeking unspecified damages.
Flores also claims the NFL and certain teams discriminated against him and other black coaches, saying he was subjected to sham interviews, only held so teams could satisfy league rules about interviewing minority candidates. The complaint revealed...
And that's precisely what happened. Like, it's exactly what happened. He got a text message from Bill Belichick that thought that he thought he was texting the right Brian or the other dude who ended up getting the fucking position over him a week before he actually interviewed for the position. It was like, yeah, congratulations on your new position, okay? And he went in. Yeah, Brian the Bull, I don't know how you say it, whatever. He went into the fucking interview knowing that he hadn't gotten the position. How crazy is that? Dable? Okay, I don't care.
Reveals text messages Flores received from Patriots coach Bill Belichick last week, where Belichick indicates the Giants already gave the head coaching job to another white coach 3 days before Flores was scheduled to interview with the team.
The fact that you have to have a rule to interview minority coaches is a problem. That's the problem. It's to create this whole utopia that everybody is equal in the NFL.
70% of NFL players are black, but there are no black owners, and after Flores' firing, only one black head coach. In a statement, the NFL said it will defend, quote, against these claims, which are...
It's just pretty funny because, like, they fired the one black coach for being too good.
Are without merit, adding the NFL and our clubs are deeply committed to ensuring equitable employment practices. The teams named in the lawsuit include the Dolphins and Giants. They have denied any wrongdoing. There's been a long discussion about the...
How exactly does the NFL know that it is without merit? Anyway, let's continue. Hold on.
Discrepancy between how many black players are on the field and the number of black coaches. And there's been a push to get more diversity in the coaching departments, in the front office. And so now we have lawsuits for a coach that's come out saying I have 2 winning seasons, and we're not getting equal opportunity as black coaches.
Yeah, he says he knows he's possibly risking his career by doing this, but he wants to make sure that his stance against systemic racism will lead to positive change for generations to come. So we will see.
We'll be following that story.
God damn, it's so loud. George Stephanopoulos, you loud bitch. So we already talked about the Rooney Rule. The rule is named after Dan Rooney, the former owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers and former chairman of the league's diversity committee. It was created as a reaction to the 2002 firing of head coaches Tony Dungy of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Dennis Green of the Minnesota Vikings at a time when Dungy had a winning record and Green had just had his first losing season in 10 years. Shortly afterwards, U.S. civil rights attorneys, Cyrus Mary and Johnny Cochran released a study showing that black head coaches, despite winning a higher percentage of games, were less likely to be hired and more likely to be fired than their white counterparts. So it's not even like this is not new to the NFL. Like, they literally set this bullshit ass rule up specifically for this fucking reason. Okay? I'm going to say all the names wrong. I don't know anything about football other than stuff like this, and I find it very funny and interesting when stuff like this happens. Okay? So yeah, when the Rooney Rule came out, there were 3 black head coaches, and now there is 1. So I don't know if it worked, bro. I don't know if the rule worked. And here is former Cincinnati Bengals head coach Marvin Lewis seconding Brian Flores' claim that black coaches were receiving sham interviews for NFL teams. Lewis says he interviewed for the Carolina Panthers when John Fox had already been picked.
The job, and I can recall that we had lost to the Steelers in the second round of the playoffs, and I remember sitting home on Monday, and I think it was Chris Mortensen or someone else reported that Foxy would be named the head coach of the Panthers on Friday. And when I went to work Tuesday, Brian came in and said, "Hey, I just got off the phone with Ozzy, and the Panthers want you to come down and interview for the job." I said, "Coach, I just heard last night on TV that they're going to name Foxy the coach on Friday." He said, so he goes back, he talks to Ozzy, talks to the people, and I end up.
He was not fired because he won too much, as that was 3 seasons ago. He was fired because he wanted a new QB, but ownership did not.
Going down to Charlotte and so forth and meeting with the Richardson family, and they said that wasn't true and so forth, and they named John the head coach on Friday. So
this is just another queer fighter pilot argument. It does nothing for the working class. What? Do we need more black owners so they can extort money for the new stadiums out of cities? Fuck the whole thing. So I've talked about this before. Like representative politics that specifically pluck like a singular person from a marginalized background and elevate them are Band-Aid solutions, okay? And that the ultimate goal is still to offer material restitution and provide material equality, okay, to all Americans, to all workers around the world, right? So a lot of this stuff is just aesthetic liberalism, okay? It's just purely aesthetic liberalism. It doesn't really do anything. It is just, you're just like looking out singularly for whatever individual is actually good for that job. But it doesn't matter because like when we're talking about coaching positions, when we're talking about coaching positions, when we're talking about like front office positions, executive positions, management positions, like it does address a need, right? If 70% of your workforce, your primary labor force is black, and then you have no fucking black people in managerial positions or very little black people in managerial positions, and you don't have any black people in like executive positions or ownership positions, then, they're not going to address any of the needs of their workforce from the point of view of like systemic racism or discrimination that they're facing. So it's still like a minor step towards progress. It's not the end all be all of progress. I'll never say that. Oh man, if we have more black coaches, like that's going to be so much better. Like it's not. That's not the final solution for racism, right? But it's still a step towards it's still a step towards ultimately making the labor force or understanding the desires and needs of your labor force. Okay, that's what I mean. Because you're just adding. Don't say final solution. Oh, sorry. Okay, well, you know what I mean. This happened in Tampa in 2010, Detroit in 2017, and Arizona in 2018. NFL teams routinely fire competent or good black coaches to hire mediocre to bad white ones.
Another month of avoiding the top of the hour ad.
It's almost like how there are communities that are 85% black or more, and the police for the community are 95% white. Wanting more black cops while wanting less policing is still a good thing. No. I think wanting more cops from the neighborhood that they police is a little bit different than just saying we want more black cops. More often than not, that means that they will be from the same neighborhoods. But no, more black cops or a more diverse police force is not going to end police brutality. It's a little bit different because the relationship between cops and the people that they police are a contentious one, whereas the relationship between a coach and its players is not. Thank you, Coffee Dave, for the 5 get the subs. Thank you, Burkini Kill, for the 5 get the subs. Having more black cops does not address issues of police brutality. Having more cops come from the same community that they're policing, however, will actually, it won't end police brutality, but it will eliminate some of the police brutality. Don't say nope. That's 100% true. Okay. It's a fundamental part of community policing. It's a fundamental part of what do you call it? It's a fundamental part of like actually policing your own neighborhood. It just straight up. If you're from that community, you don't fucking treat every single person that you are supposedly policing like an occupying force, okay? Anyway, and no, POC cops are not nicer in general. Like I said, police should absolutely be from the districts that they are policing, okay? A big part of police brutality comes from having these fucking cursory neighborhoods where all the cops live in, which is an entirely separate district that is getting all the fucking taxpayer funded salaries to pump into a completely different district that now has way better fucking schooling, way better education. They're outsiders that are policing a community without recognizing the underlying needs of that community. That is the big issue. POC cops don't actually, if they're still in those fucking reactionary neighborhoods, they still behave like fucking invading, occupying forces. It doesn't matter. And in a lot of instances, POC cops will then turn around and fucking, overcompensate for their background too. So it's not, it's not about that at all. Okay, let's just continue with this.
I don't know. Again, that's the situation I was in. But you have to go and prove that you're worthy to become the head coach. And and it's you're appreciative of the opportunity, but what was supposedly going to happen ended up happening in that case for sure.
Don't you think that would increase the corruption rate if every cop lives in the district? What? No, what corruption rate? Policing as an institution is fundamentally fucking broken in our capitalist organization of the economy, okay? That's number one. So you have to do a fucking complete overhaul of the way policing works currently. What I'm simply suggesting as far as like having people be from the fucking neighborhoods that they actually police would be a small step towards actual tangible progress, not necessarily solving the problem itself.
What's up, my man?
But it's not one that you can solve with like, oh, more black cops. That's going to solve the issue. But if you're talking about corruption, like the institution is corrupt from the top down, okay? Speaking of the top of the hour ad break is not a corrupt institution, especially when you have a counterforce against it, which is, of course, the $5 a month subscription. Now, of course, some of you don't have $5 a month to pay for the subscription, but at least you have Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. And even if you don't have that, maybe you're lucky enough to get gifted a sub like one of the 5 that Coffee Dave or Burkini Kill just gifted. Okay, but if you're not lucky, you got to make your own luck by stealing someone else's Amazon Prime and connecting it to your Twitch account. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Let's continue with the story.
I just want to say thank you. So last week, I interviewed for the Giants position. I was set to interview on Thursday, the Monday prior. Before I interviewed, I received a text message from Bill Belichick saying congratulations on the Giants, essentially congratulations on the Giants job. There was a little bit of back and forth.
How fucking sad is that? Sounds like you've landed. Congrats. Did you hear something I didn't hear? Giants? I interview on Thursday. Womp womp. I think I have a shot at it.
There was some back and forth and
some confusion because you haven't sat down with the Giants yet.
Have not sat down with the
Got
Giants.
it. I hear from Buffalo and NYG that you are their guy. Hope it works out if you want it too. That's definitely what I want. Hope you're right, Coach. Thank you. Coach, are you talking to Brian Flores or Brian DeBall? Just making sure.
Back and forth, and I asked him, "Is this, you talking to the right Brian?" And as you've seen through the text messages, he was actually thought he was texting Brian Daboll,
who they ended up hiring.
Yes, sir.
So at that point, how did that make you feel, knowing that you were walking into an interview where a decision might have already been made?
It was a range of emotions: humiliation, disbelief, anger. I've worked so hard to get to where I am in football, to become a head coach. Put 18 years in this league, and it was to go on what was going to be what felt like, or what was a sham interview. I was hurt. And,
but you wouldn't knowing.
Dude, it's so fucking sad. Like, can you imagine? You're like a fucking successful coach. You have an awesome opportunity. Okay, you think that this like institution wants you. You think this fucking institution wants you. You think you're like going up for a position and they're going to do what's right and like give you the time of day and actually interview you. Meanwhile, the position has already been fucking hired and they're only interviewing you because of some fucking lip service thing called the Rooney Rule. Like, they're literally only interviewing you because you're black for like a second. How fucking disgusting is that, dude? Like, that sucks. That absolutely fucking sucks.
That you probably weren't going to get it. Why did you continue to go?
I think
Flores wasn't even a bad head coach. He wanted Justin Herbert or QB, but management took Tua Tagovailoa, and then Stephen Ross, the Miami Dolphins owner, wanted Tom Brady in free agency, which Flores didn't want to do because it would have been tampering. Management wanted to get rid of Flores because they wanted Deshaun Watson, while Flores didn't want him. After they fired Flores, Ross came out and blamed them going after Watson on Flores. Dude, that's too much sports stuff. I don't. You're giving me too much sports ball shit, bro. Come on.
Maybe it's call it the audacity of hope. I was, I have a belief that there's good in people. I just do.
We knew he wasn't getting that job. On the day before that Giants interview, we reached out to you, CBS, to all of you, to start talking about doing this interview today because we knew he wasn't getting the job. We knew it was a setup. We knew they were just trying to comply with the Rooney Rule. We started drafting the complaint, and here we are.
The Giants say they're pleased and confident in the hiring process. I get the sense from the lawsuit and from you right now that you had a feeling like, here we go again. This wasn't the first time you felt discriminated against in the league. Is that true?
Yeah. I mean, the Rooney Rule is intended to, give minorities an opportunity to sit down in front of ownership. But I think what it's turned into is an instance where guys are just checking the box. And that's been the case. I've been on some interviews in the past that where I've had that feeling. There's always no way to know for sure, but and I know I'm not alone there.
Have to have the Rooney Rule. Isn't that a problem? What were we going to say?
It's absolutely. I'm sorry. It's absolutely a problem. And one of the things that we're doing to help effectuate this change is, the Rooney Rule's tied to the assumption that presidents, owners are going to do the right thing, hire the best, most qualified candidate. Yeah. What we want to do is tie, certain things to performance and action through this.
But Brian, the reason the timing is really important here because you're actually up for 2 additional NFL jobs right now.
Yeah.
So why did you do this knowing from your own statement that you may have sacrificed your future in the NFL and you're a young man?
Yeah, well, I let both the teams know that, you know, we're gonna file. But look, I love coaching. You know, I'm gifted to coach. I know that. And the relationships I've built with players, coaches, support staff, I'm gifted to coach, and I love coaching, and I want to coach.
And I've heard from reliable sources you're a very good coach. Let the
No doubt
record
about
show.
Always room for improvement, but I like to think that as well. But this is bigger than coaching.
Of course.
This is much bigger than coaching.
Now, we'll get back to the lawsuit in regards to the Broncos and the Giants, but I want to talk about the Miami Dolphins for a second. You make claims that you were offered $100,000 for each game this team lose, subsequently to get a better draft pick. Kind of speak on that, because you don't hear about that going on behind closed doors. I'm a former player. I know you as a coach. You want to win.
There's no shot he gets a job after this, right? Like, it's just like the NFL's not rigged. Copium is silly. Like, the NFL is rigged in the sense that, like, teams throwing fucking games is unacceptable. He will definitely be blackballed. Teams throwing games is unacceptable, but like teams playing poorly specifically so they can like get better draft picks, I thought that was like a known thing, right? Owners are good old boys with a fraternity. Same reason why Kaepernick got blackballed. They pay to lose stuff. Will get the most action because of the gambling partnerships. Maybe as a coordinator, but he'll never be a head coach. But he knew that going in, and that's why it's a brave move.
Win. I walk in that locker room. I want to win. I don't hear people from the front office and above making those type of decisions that can change the outcome of your coaching career.
Look, this game's done a lot for me. I grew up not far from here, in the projects in Brownsville, Brooklyn. And didn't grow up with a lot. And this game, changed my life. So to attack the integrity of the game, that's what I felt was happening in that instance, and I wouldn't stand for it.
And that was Dolphins owner Stephen Ross.
Yes. So.
And you think it hurt your career?
I think it hurt my standing within the organization, and ultimately was the reason why I was let go.
Well, word on the street now, though, Brian, is that either you torpedoed your career, that this is the craziest thing you could have done, or that it's very brave and very bold of you to do. How are you feeling? Are you?
I mean, he definitely torpedoed his career, and it's also a brave and bold thing to do.
Almost a year, love you, chat. Hasan, you are.
Flores also alleges that he interviewed the Broncos in 2019, but John Elway and the owner were drunk as fuck and obviously weren't taking the interview seriously. Another toke interview to satisfy the Rooney Rule.
Peace with your decision, and was this a very difficult decision for you to make to file a lawsuit before you have a job?
I understand the risk, and yes.
Wait, from what I understand, didn't they put a fucking shitty roster together? Okay, look, this is the extent of my sports ball knowledge. But from what I understand, yes, tanking is usually more discreet. Usually it's purposely putting together a shitty roster and having the losses pile up naturally. Except they did that in Florida, and he still fucking coached the shitty roster too well. And that's why he was like, dude, I'll give you more money, allegedly.
It was a difficult decision. And
so they could get better draft picks.
And like I said, I love coaching. I do. It's something that I'm passionate about. It brings me joy. And I love helping young people reach their potential and become the best versions of themselves. I'm gifted to do that.
Brian.
But this is bigger than that.
I mean, can I just say, in 2022, the fact that we don't have one black owner, we only have one black head coach.
That's actually I want to touch on.
Really, Brian needs to be applauded for stepping forward to be the first person to really contest it. It's been talked about.
Well, you've heard the statement
but now he has stepped forward to challenge it.
You've heard the statement from the NFL, and a statement: diversity is core to everything we do. There are a few issues on which our clubs and our internal teams spend more time on.
Yeah, they've acknowledged their problems. The executives there have acknowledged their problems. Now the PR team is trying to spin something. They could take two different paths. They could take the path of trying to defend and litigate, Or we hope that they take the path of actually trying to correct things, to be an example not only...
What is this? Oh my God, is that fucking...
There are a lot of black players, there are a lot of great black baseball men who would dearly love to be in managerial positions. And I guess what I'm really asking you is to, you know, peel it away a little bit. Just tell me, why do you think it is? Is there still that much prejudice in baseball today?
No, I don't believe it's prejudice. I truly believe that they may not have some of the necessities to be, let's say, a field manager or perhaps a general manager.
You really believe that?
Well, I don't say that they're all of them, but they certainly are short. How many quarterbacks do you have? How many pitchers do you have that are black? It's same
yeah, but
thing
I mean,
applies.
you know, I got to tell you, that sounds like the same kind of garbage we were hearing 40 years ago about players when they were saying, not really cut out. You remember the days, you know, they hit a black football player in the knees, and you know, no, that really sounds like garbage. If you forget to say so.
It's not garbage, Mr. Koppel, because I played on a college team, and the center fielder was black, and then the backfield at NYU with.
Yeah, he's got black friends, bro. It's not racist. He played with other black players, dude. Everybody knows you can't be fucking racist if you've like been around black people, famously.
The fullback who was black never knew the difference of whether he was black or white. We were teammates. So
what are we supposed to what are we supposed to get out of what he just said? So he knows black people are incapable? Is that what he's saying? He's like, no, it's not garbage. I've been around black people, so I know for a fact that they can't fucking they don't have what it takes to be a general manager. I'm an expert, dude. Like, that's what he's saying. That's his argument. He's just, oh my God.
It just might be that they why are black men or black people not good swimmers? Because they don't have the buoyancy.
Hassle, thankful.
Wait, what?
Father Arjan.
Black people don't have the buoyancy? What the fuck? Are you serious? What the fuck? That is, yo. That's some good old-fashioned, old-school racism, dude. He was like, let me crank up the racism dial to the maximum degree before getting off the show. He was like, I didn't say enough. He's like, I didn't say enough in the beginning part. I think I couldn't make myself clear. Let me just crank it out to 11 before. Oh, fuck. It's in my hand now. I broke it. Oh, God damn it. Yo, his apple pie must taste amazing. Oh, yeah, dude. 100%.
Has Sammy, has high.
That's awesome. That's crazy. Dude, that's a fucking joke from the South related to slave ship jumpers. Holy shit. I can't tell if he's joking or if he unironically believes that like black people are more dense and less buoyant and therefore can't swim well, or if he was just like straight up making a joke.
Half a year, baby.
Dude, my sister's bio teacher in Missouri said black people have denser bones. This was in 2010. Oh my God. Bill Burr on this?
In the stands. I mean, that's just like what's entertainment for me now, you know? I like that Jimmy the Greek moment that happens in sports, you know? Like once every 4 or 5 years, you know that? Like some 50, 55-year-old white dude tries to explain why black people are kicking the
Doesn't matter if it was a joke. No, it's worse. No. I'm saying him trying to make a racist joke is worse than... In my opinion, they're both horrible, right? They're both horrifically racist. But you misunderstood me. I was saying, like, is it a joke? As in, is he trying to fucking make a joke about, like slaves jumping off the slave ship? which is straight up fucking worse than if he unironically was just like so racist that he thought black people were more dense. Does that make sense? Like, I was trying to figure out his intention.
Shit out of white people in practically every major sport, you know?
I mean, he's already cranked off the racism dial. Like, it's just, there's no coming back from that, no matter what.
And it always goes down the same way, right? There's always like 3 white dudes, and the one white dude in the middle, he's always like the guy with like the theory. You know, he's always like, you know, it seems these African-American athletes, they seem to have this quick twitch muscle fiber. You know, there's a slow twitch, and there's this quick twitch. And the second the dude says that, like, the other 2 white dudes start, like, sliding out of frame. Like, okay, this guy's getting fired, and I'm not going to be part of this highlight. Nice knowing you, Ned. Keep that seat warm, right?
Even I know this, and I, like, don't know shit about sports, but even I remember this, where it was, like, this dude was just, like, straight up talking about how, like, you know, black people have fast twitch muscle fibers, and they're, like...
And the dude in the middle, he's just like hell-bent on getting fired. You know, he starts like bringing up slavery. And evidently they were breeding the strongest man with the strongest woman and that quick twitch.
I love the guy that says everything is racist, except like you're a defender of Bill Burr. No? Are you not? You've been a subscriber for fucking 6 months here. Like anyone that has that take automatically, like everyone that's being sarcastic about like everything is racist. Okay, bro. Like, but you also love Bill Burr, probably. Like, he's a comedian. So what's up? Do you not recognize that he's got a good take here? Like, what's the deal? Typical fucking Mena idiot, by the way. 6-month subscriber, Mena boy over here, being fucking racist. Anyway, let's continue.
Literally 20 minutes later, that dude's on TV. He's like fired, right? He's crying. His family's standing there. He's got like a box of shit from his desk with like an Emmy sticking out. He's like, I don't know what I said. I was just talking about the quick twitch and the slow twitch. And I wasn't just trying to make a point. No, I love that. I love seeing people mess up their careers like that. It's just funny to me. Plus, I gotta admit, as a white dude, on some level, I have to believe in that theory because it's like, are white dudes that bad at basketball? I can't even watch the NBA anymore, man. It's like every highlight, the white dude's like that, the black dude has like his nuts in his face. Fucking I'm just sitting at home like, for the love of God, tackle the guy. Jesus Christ, get out of the way. Do you ever get tired of those 2 nuts flying over your head? You know you're gonna be on SportsCenter. Just get out of the way. Dude, I'm telling you, there's got to be something to that theory. I saw this show one time on runaway slaves. It was one of the most amazing programs I've ever seen in my life. Dude, when you ran away as a slave, you just didn't run to the end of the driveway and be like, fuck that job, just start walking down the street. Dude, you had to like run through whole states. There's dogs chasing you, you're hurdling shit, you're swimming. Those were the first fucking triathletes. And there was nobody helping him out. There was no dude on the side of the road like, come on, man, 2 more states, you're in Ohio. Suck it up, you're looking good. You're looking good. Yeah, dude, you were on your own. Did any wonder? 250, 300 years of that shit, and then I'm gonna D you up in gym class? It ain't happening. I come from hundreds of years of alcoholics. I got like half a liver, you know what I mean? It's just... You know what's funny to me about that stuff? You can't even like, you know, I obviously know that theory's crazy, but it's just like, you can't even bring up how well black people are doing in sports. Everybody gets all weird about it, which I don't understand because it's like a compliment, you know? Like, feel how weird it is right now. You know, I just brought that shit up. I'm saying something good, right? It's like I saw a coach get in trouble for that shit. Like, his team was like 0-6 or something. They just couldn't win, and every week the press was just getting on him more and more and more, right? And the dude, he was just like flustered, and he had like a moment of honesty. They were like, why can't you guys win a game? He's like, oh, you know, I don't know, the offense isn't getting it done, you know, defense, you know, they're too slow, and it just run out. Tell him, we gotta get some more black guys on this team, but I'm telling you, it's just not. And immediately, everybody's like, what? Everyone started freaking out like they had no idea what this dude was talking about. It's like, are you watching SportsCenter? Or do you see the Olympics? Like, I love the 100-meter dash, right? There's always like 9 black dudes and that one token white guy in like lane 8. I'm just sitting there going, come on, man, one time. Just one time. Just win the bronze. Just do what you gotta do. The white dude always stays with him till like the first turn, then he like fucking blows out his hammy. Those other 8 black dudes are like, where's that white dude the next Olympics? He's like up in the broadcast booth, his career's over. He's like a commentator. Yeah, it's gonna be a great race. Still can't feel my fucking toes, but I'm telling you. No, I don't get it.
17 months is a long time. Wow.
It's like a compliment. We're saying you're fast. That's a good thing, right? People start all freaking out. Oh, you're acting like that's all we can do. You're saying we can't be scientists. No, we're not. All we're saying is if there was a race to the microscopes, you fuckers would win. We're just saying that you're fast. You get there first. Your lab coat would be flapping in the wind. I get there like 3 minutes later, all cramped up. Are you looking at bacteria? No, you go first. You just go first. Jesus Christ. That was a Volvo. The guy ran by a Volvo in street shoes. I've never seen that before in my life. No, I get into those arguments all the time. All the time. Friends of mine will be like, well, how come anytime a black athlete does something, they say it's an athletic move. Anytime a white athlete does it, they say it's an intelligent move. And it's like, well, fair enough, man. It just depends.
Kind of a weird take. Positive stereotypes are still stereotypes. Yeah. They are. Making jokes about it. I don't know if you know this, but what he's doing right here, he's a comedian. Okay? Comedian. And what he's doing is making jokes. And when you hear a joke like that, you have to either go, I understand the context and the intent behind this, and I find this to be funny, and go, haha. Or you go, I don't like this. It's kind of problematic. And then you keep it to yourself.
Depends on what you're doing. You know what I mean? It's like, if you read a defense, white or black, that's an intelligent move, right? But if you take off from the foul line, jump over 9 other dudes, and throw the shit down, those other 9 guys aren't standing there like, fuck, why didn't I think of that shit? Here I am dribbling around, guys. That's some superhero shit. Shit, like a cake flapping in the wind with a big S on your chest. I'm telling you, man, that's the funny thing about Hitler. Just let me finish. Let me work my way through this idea. No, that's my favorite sports clip is that Jesse Owens shit. I just love it because their whole angle was fucked up. He made Hitler leave in like the 3rd quarter, right? He's putting down his number 1 finger, just fucking walking out of the stadium. Jesus Christ. Their whole thing was like, we are going to create a superior race. It's like, dude, I think we accidentally already did that. We sent a select group of people to the gym every day for a couple 100 years. It's paying dividends. They're fucking dunking on us every day. Dude, how quiet was that limo ride home with Hitler? You know what I'm saying? You know he was talking crazy shit when they were on the way there. They were all amped up. We are going to dominate Sieg Heil, just going off. That whole ride home, they're just sitting there all quiet. You're sitting next to an even angrier than usual Adolf Hitler, trying to make some sort of small talk, like, it is one nice day, isn't it? Nice.
No.
Hassle.
That's not okay to say. Cancel him, dude. Fuck it. Cancel Bill Burr. Do it. Oh, man. It's crazy. It's been a while since I've, actually heard fucking stand-up that doesn't revolve around people fucking constantly complaining about how the youth nowadays can't fucking take a joke or something. Anyway. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to play the Jimmy the Greek comments again. Part of the reason why Bill Burr is really funny, or what do I always say about comedy? Like when it comes from a place of understanding, the fucking subject matter, you can make good jokes about it. Part of the reason why Bill Burr is capable of making still race related humor
3 months till the brain
that revolves around black people is because of his wife. Like, he's been in a loving marriage for many, many years. So he's not like, you know, he's Irish. Yeah, that's why. And Patrice O'Neal, too, for sure. His relationship with Patrice O'Neal. I suggest you check out all Chris Rock stand-up. Some good stuff for discussion. Like when you made that joke about trans people all being, hearts of iron for addicts. Exactly. I think my funniest trans joke is Doreen, though. I mean, straight up. Like, I think that was pretty fire. Like, imagine you have an opportunity to finally like choose a name, you know what I mean? Something that many people don't really get the opportunity to do, and you just go with Doreen. Not good. You stole that shit from Twitter? I 100,000% did not. Fuck you. If anything, someone fucking heard me say it and then tweeted that. How dare you, dude? How fucking dare you? It's actually pretty funny, though, because you think it's stolen. So I guess thank you for complimenting it. When people know your priors, you get a lot more leeway in joking about things because people don't assume maliciousness unless they're leftists, in which case, no jokes. Yeah, that's true.
19-month brain rot.
Or Gilbert. I don't understand how this is different from Joe Rogan saying just jokes. Intent, context, background, your level of involvement with the community that you're speaking out against or about. All of these things play a role because obviously nothing is just like, when you read a fucking joke in a written format, you have already removed it from a million different contextual layers, okay? That's precisely why it's not the fucking same as like actually listening to a stand-up bit. Okay? Anyway, it's a statistical impossibility that NFL head coaches would be this white at random. No different than if you woke up tomorrow and 50% of the NHL coaches were black. Also, the overwhelming arrogance of white folks to believe we rose to the top of every industry on merit alone is unfathomable.
I was thinking about going down this.
This is what Nick Wright said.
I had two different avenues that I was thinking about going down this. And you talked me out of going down the one that my gut was. My gut was, I'm going to prove it to you mathematically. I've got the Bayes theorem at my disposal. We can do the numbers on percentage of players that become coaches, and the statistical impossibility that if it's random, if it's fair, if it's just meritocracy, that we would have one team currently coached by a black guy, that the last two hiring cycles, 16 jobs have been open, one was filled by a black guy, and that guy was summarily fired, and a lot of people thought he was hired to be fired in David Culley. But I don't know if people want math this early in the morning, so instead, I'm going to go to the more emotional reaction, which is this. If you woke up tomorrow and half of the head coaches in the NHL were black, would that strike you as a little odd? It's like, well, how did that happen? The league is, 2% black, and half the head coaches are black? If you woke up tomorrow and half of professional hockey's coaches were black, would you think, well, there must be some type of sustained effort or something, but not just a meritocracy that is happening that is leading to this? Of course you would, because it's unimaginable. But that is exactly what is happening in the NFL on a statistical basis, as far as to have 70% of the league in a league where the vast majority of head coaches and coordinators played at least at the collegiate level, to have this minute amount of representation. And it is the most frustrating thing for me, Wilds, is this, that the response to anything like this from folks that don't want to see what is clearly in front of their faces, well, you just want to hire the best person for the job. Of course you do. Of course you do. But it is the implication, and you see this across fields.
I mean, I 100% agree with him. I don't know what this dude's background is, but like, I do 100% agree with him that it's like, it's ridiculous to assume that like there's not, like the assumption that comes along with like looking at the NFL coaches and the demographics is that like, oh no, they definitely got there because they're the fucking best of the best. That's ridiculous. It's an entire system that exists everywhere in this country, for the record. It's an entire system where like you don't get elevated into lower coaching positions. And then if there are less lower coaches, like less like, I don't know, fucking offensive coaches, defensive coaches, whatever the fuck, then less likely to have black head coaches, less likely to then elevate into even higher positions in management, right? General managers, stuff like that. That's precisely how this works. There is a end to your career as a black person who plays football. Your career is done. After you're done playing, you're done. You're completely done. It's ridiculous to assume that there is there's no future for. I mean, there aren't enough good black coaches. Like, it's just completely ridiculous. Holy shit, boo-hoo, I'm black and oppressed is this entire channel. I mean, we're quite literally talking about, you know, a very openly racist thing that happened in the NFL. But since you are most likely a racist piece of shit, it's very difficult for you to comprehend that. You know? What are you going to do about it, dude? It must be really confusing. It must be really, really, really fucking confusing living in a world where, you know, very obvious that things are changing, but you're stuck in the old ways of thinking because you're dumbass, possibly related to one another, stupid fucking pure genetic gene pool parents shat you out in the fucking bathtub and then basically fucking educated you in that old way of thinking. So now your dumbass inbred ass is legitimately just confused and scared. So you're just like, oh man, black people are oppressed. I'm hearing it so much. Very pathetic. It'll be better though, one day. I'm a minority myself and don't cry about my setbacks for my race. Cry about being black more. I don't know if you know this, but I'm white. Careful, Asante said you can't be mean to males. Yeah, I mean, seriously. Yeah, motherfuckers like, I'm a minority, probably ginger. Colin Kaepernick, A. Reed, Brian Flores, they went against the status quo, and for that, they will likely never work in the NFL again. This tells you everything, but at least the NFL did this. End racism. Stop hate. Let's go.
Why are white people, mostly white males, at the top of almost every field in America? Well, it must be a meritocracy. Like, say that thing out loud. Think about any industry. And it's like, even in sports, where you can't be like, well, you know, white people just have more access. No, black guys all over the league. And yet still, when it gets to, as Broussard said, the positions where it's like, okay, but we need a thinker. We need someone, we need a real smart, cutting-edge guy. There's a clear ceiling on what the vast majority of NFL ownership believes black people are equipped to do. And it is undeniable, statistically, Wilds, and I do think it's going to take a seismic event like what Brian Flores is doing to potentially try to change the paradigm, because it's going in the wrong direction. The hiring cycles have gotten wider and wider, not more and more diverse over the last few years.
You want to know how that motherfucker is not like the dude that we just banned wasn't actually like a minority in the way that he's saying it? Because if you fucking experience any kind of marginalization from a dominant, oppressive majority, then you would recognize solidarity with others who, you know, see the same thing. You wouldn't turn around and be like, whatever, dude, I made it. Just shut the fuck up. Then, you know, you didn't experience it then. What is this one? Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Motherfucker was in here following since June 27, 2019. This is the one time he's like, now is my time to speak up. If black Americans make up 12% of the population and 12.5% of head coaches are black, isn't that expected representation? First of all, if you look at historically what percentage of fucking coaches are black, that doesn't even make sense. This is the exact same argument with this is the exact same fucking argument with black senators. Why is it so hard for fucking racists to actually do math? Why? It does not make sense. Also, 70% of the players are black, dude. 70% of the players are black. And you can't even look at an individual season in the league. You have to look at across the board, historically, since black people were allowed to play football. Okay? When you look at it across the board throughout the history of the NFL. Yeah, and 1 out of 32 is not 12% either, but it doesn't even matter. It's just it's so fucking idiotic to make this to make this assertion.
For the NFL, but for American society to lead by example.
When you talk about the owners, you got 31 white billionaires, and then the Packers have a special situation. 70% of the players are black. There's a power dynamic that's visible there. Yeah. In the lawsuit, there's this explosive line that the NFL is managed much like a plantation. That's a direct quote. Why did you decide to settle on that metaphor?
7 months.
I think. Look, we didn't have to file a lawsuit for
I'm gonna be
the
back.
world to know that there's a problem from a hiring standpoint in regards to minority coaches in the National Football League. The numbers speak for themselves.
Right.
We filed the lawsuit so that we could create some change, and that's important to me. I think we're at a fork in the road right now. We're either going to keep it the way it is, or we're going to go in another direction and actually make some real change where we're actually changing the hearts and minds of those who make decisions to hire head coaches, executives, et cetera. And that's where we got to get to. We got to change hearts and minds.
Brian, I heard someone say, but don't companies or clubs have the right to hire the person they think is the best qualified for the job or the person they feel is right for the job?
Whatever race they are.
Whatever race they are, yes.
They do, and that's very reasonable to me. But at the same time, there are I know a lot of very capable coaches, executives, minorities, coaches, executives who are minorities, and in a lot of cases are as qualified, more qualified, and quite frankly, better than their white counterparts.
But
the difference here, though, is that
they're not given an equal opportunity.
Exactly.
And, you know, when we talk about this fork in the road that the NFL has, and Gail, you talked about the statement that they released, denying and saying that they're going to defend. What was absent from their response to this 60-page complaint with serious allegations from a decorated head coach is, how about we'll investigate? We're troubled by this. We'll look into it. Immediate, you know, no denial and disregard and defend.
Yeah.
I mean,
That part was really funny, that the NFL was like, oh no, yeah, this is untrue. How do you know, motherfucker? You didn't even look into it. It took you 2 hours after the fucking lawsuit came out. You didn't even read it. You're just like, nope, not true. Oh, cool. Okay, got it. It's fine.
The point about the companies have the right to hire who they think is best qualified, we all agree with that. But the difference here, if what you're saying is true and you seem to have receipts, they knew ahead of time that you weren't going to get the job. So I'm thinking, why waste your time and theirs?
And the word minority is it's loaded because it has different connotations.
Yeah.
We might be marginalized in certain areas, but our contributions to this game, both on the field and outside of the lines, are immense. Yeah. And when you have quality coaches that are available, that are gifted and can lead teams but not getting the opportunity, that's why you are standing for what you're standing for. But I want you to have one last word.
Those are called facts.
That's right. One last thing, I'll let you say this, but you still want to coach in this league.
I absolutely want to coach in this league, but I also know that this isn't, I'm not the only story here.
Yeah.
I'm not the only one with a story to tell.
You're speaking up for decades of this going on and hopefully stopping it from happening.
This is, you know, there are people who have come before me, and I know there are others who have similar stories, and it's hard to speak out. It is, you know, you're giving up, you're making some sacrifices, but this is bigger than football. This is bigger than coaching.
Thank you for using your voice. You're doing the right thing.
Thank you.
Yo, there we go. Black people make up 13% of the population, yet nearly 60% of the athletes in the NFL. But people in the NFL but still the NFL systemically racist against black people. The system is conspiring to make them world famous millionaires. I'm so glad that Brian Flores is exposing the plot. Love that, dude. Fucking love that. Of course, the theocratic fascist with the most incredibly predictable take, dude. I don't understand. Like, plantations are comprised 70% of black people. What the fuck? Guess what, Sweaty? Seems like we're, giving meaningful employment to black people in the antebellum South. So,
I've been here since my second year of college, and now I'm in my second year of med school. Lol. WT.
Good one, Matt. Good one, dude.
HasanAbi broadcast.
Okay. I'm gonna fucking listen to goddamn Skip Bayless and well, most importantly, Shannon Sharp. Okay. Where is it? I think I have this already. Being a Jets fan is realizing a rival coach was offered 100 stacks to let you win and you still couldn't pull it off. I commend Brian Flores. Hopefully other black coaches join this lawsuit and there's change. But how do you change a person's heart? The old saying is it's easier to build strong children than repair broken men. These owners are 60 plus. They're set in their ways and aren't changing. Oh, yeah.
Job. It seems to me that you think always the best guy for the job happens to look like you. That's not an accident. But Skip, it's like that. Sports are a microcosm of society. That's how it normally works in society. It takes a special person to hire someone that doesn't look like them, that doesn't talk like them, that doesn't come from a similar background as them, or doesn't know someone that knew them. Yep. It takes a special person to do that. It does. And Brian Flores is saying, look, guys, you bringing me in, you had already hired Brian Daboll. You bringing me in was a sham. But what they do, Skip, is that you look at Josh McDaniels. He got the head coaching job. What'd he do? He bring his white GM with him. You see how they do that? Now, Brian Leftwich tried to do the exact same thing. He tried to bring Adrian Wilson. Nah, we ain't gonna let you do that. We want to keep Trent Baalke in here. After he done ruined.
Skip is baseless on these topics, on every topic.
San Francisco.
Even I know
he went to Jacksonville and ruined that. Nah, we're going to keep the status quo. They're not going to let you get too many. They're not going to let you get too much power. Skip, I think sometimes is that we get a job and we like, man, I don't want to have too many of us because they're going to think a certain thing. Well, our counterparts never think like that. They never think, well, I bet I can't hire a white guy because they might think we got too many of us. That's just our thinking. That's the way we think. So you tip your hat to him, but in the end, Skip, you're asking an awful lot. You're asking an awful lot of this man when you got 32 billionaires that will stand united. Skip, I'm sure they bicker with each other. There are some that might not like each other. But when it comes to being attacked from the outside, ain't nothing breaking them. Nothing. But let me tell you what the NFL will do. The owners are going to say, you know what, we're doing the best we can. We'll let them put another slogan on their helmet. We'll put some slogan in the end zone. We'll hang something from the building to show that we have the symbolism, but nothing with teeth, nothing of substance. And that's what they do. They'll pacify you. Okay, we'll give you a month, but we ain't going to change anything. Okay, we'll give you some slogans, but nothing changes. Yeah. And Brian Flores is willing to risk, I believe, his coaching future in order to bring about change. And he said it, Skip, he understands. It might cost me my coaching career. But if
let's hear what Stephen A. Smith has to say about this, and then we're done.
Standpoint of courage, because it takes a lot of courage to do what he's doing, and clearly he's not doing it just for himself. He is in pursuit with a class action lawsuit, basically inviting other coaches to come in and maybe and likely express themselves and show how the conditions which he feels that he's been subjected to is similar to what a lot of black coaches have been going through for quite some time. And we all know what my position has been as it pertains to African-American coaches, particularly in the National Football League. In college football is just as, if not more egregious, at least until recently. The NFL, what I've reminded people over the last few weeks, Keyshawn, is that the Rooney Rule was instituted in 2003. When the Rooney Rule was instituted, essentially compelling you to at least interview African-American coaches and give them something close to a
The Rooney Rule is so perfect, dude. It's so fucking perfect. It's such a perfect representation of the fucking bullshit lip service, okay? They're like, oh, are we just like, did we just figure out that, teams happen to fire black coaches despite their higher level of success? Or teams happen to fire black coaches at a disproportionate rate when they're fucking successful? Yeah, we'll just we'll make sure that we just give we'll just interview more black people for the position. That's it. It's it is such a classic liberal bullshit fucking lip service thing. Classic.
As high.
Stephen A. Smith is racist towards Asians the way white coaches in the NFL are racist towards blacks. He's not worth listening to. Bro, he's a sports commentator, okay? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, but I'm just not surprising. If he is, it doesn't matter to me right now, okay? Also, love that you just dropped the blacks in there. AZN identity, Andy. Okay.
A fair and
Let's
equitable
continue.
opportunity. There were 3 African-American coaches in the National Football League. We are 19 years removed from the institution and implementation of the Rooney.
He had a bad take on Otani, but I think he apologized. Oh.
And there is now 1 head coach. There have been about 7 or 8 openings this offseason for NFL head coaches. 5 people have been hired. None of them have been black as a head coach. And so when we look at it from that perspective, it is clearly alarming. Now, let me get down to this. There are people that are saying Brian Flores doesn't have much of a case. You heard the National Football League say it's meritless. I'm not buying that one bit. You know, I'm familiar with court proceedings and what have you, and there's something called summary judgment. And I believe that man is going to get past that. He is going to get past summary judgment. And there is going to be some explanations that the NFL is going to be required to disseminate. Bottom.
Oh, yeah, he said the face of baseball should speak English. Yeah, no, that's bullshit.
7 months into my socialist
Live in a fucking global world, man. It's not happening. Like, you're not gonna be able to pull that off. All right, so that's enough on NFL's racism. I want to quickly talk about, and because there will be more about NFL's racism and all this shit. I know chatters love sports ball takes. I know chatters want me to do more sports ball. I know K-Kona 3-Head Sports is fucking losing their shit in the Discord. But we're going to talk more about this when Ben Shapiro covers it, when fucking, Tucker Carlson covers it, because this is going to be an ongoing issue for at least up until this weekend. Let's be real. So, you got a little bit of sports ball talk out of me. We watched Undisputed, all this shit, that's things that you normally would never see. So, more will come. Just a never-ending cycle, kind of like the top of the hour ad break that comes at the top of every hour. Okay? And if you want an uninterrupted broadcasting experience, then all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free if you don't have $5. And if you don't even have a Twitch Prime, because you don't have an Amazon Prime that you can connect to your Twitch account, then people like Video James 1019 will gift 5 subs, and maybe you'll be lucky enough to get gifted an ad, or get gifted a subscription. If you're not lucky, make your own luck. Here's a 1-minute ad break now. Crowder had a take on this. Brian Flores was paid $3 million and went 24-25 over 3 seasons with the Dolphins, and he blames racism for being fired rather than his performance. Then his lawyer calls him the Rosa Parks of NFL. So, oh, Jesus Christ. Now I have to talk about it more. First of all, part of the lawsuit quite literally is about how he was getting bonuses because they wanted him to lose more. Like, I'm sure Steven Crowder is a big tough guy. He knows enough, right? If I know this about the NFL, that like franchises like their teams to fucking tank so they can get better draft picks, then he must know this too. He's a big muscle man. He's a big macho man, How does he not know? That's so strange.
But I don't know a whole lot about the NFL, so this is time for Gerald to actually know sports.
Oh, he doesn't know a whole lot. Oh, he's a Canuck. That's why. He's like, I don't know a whole lot about the NFL, but talk to me about hockey.
All right, so the only thing I know about the Miami...
Thank you, Dumpster Baby, for the 5 gifted subs, and thank you, Drake Klaus, for
Dolphins
the 5 gifted
Dan
subs.
Marino, and that's because I watched Ace Ventura.
There you go.
So tell me what is going on. There's this guy, Brian Flores.
Yeah, head coach Brian Flores has filed a class action lawsuit. He purports to represent 40 other individuals, and he's saying that the NFL's hiring practices for black coaches were racist. So let me just give you just a little information about this. He's suing 3 teams right now. He's fired by the Miami Dolphins after 3 seasons.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. At a certain point, I don't have any shits left to give. I mean, the NFL.
Well, yeah.
You're talking about the significant portion, I think, the majority of NFL players, but now they're saying, yeah, but not enough coaches.
Dude, what the fuck is he saying? Like, the part of the NFL that is unironically a meritocracy, okay, is, for the most part, the player position. You can't get away with stacking the deck with shitty players, okay? You can't fucking do that. That's precisely the reason why 70% are black. That is like literally the closest you can get to a meritocracy. Whereas coaches are still important, but you definitely can pick inexperienced coaches, bad coaches, and still get away with it.
Let's go.
Especially considering that most coaches are coming, and this might shock you, from the player base. That's the reason why people say the player base is 70% black, but the coaches are not. Like, obviously, it doesn't have to be 70% black coaches, but don't you find it a little strange that the labor force is 70% black, but then the coaches, which is like kind of a managerial position while you're still definitely a worker in that circumstance, like the coaches just are not, there's no proportional representation in any meaningful capacity. I wonder why that happens. Incredible stuff.
Well, here's the thing. It's like coaches and people in the front office, and it's like, well, we got a lot of assistant coaches.
Sure.
Not enough, blah, blah, blah.
That's
all right, so 3 teams that are being sued, the Dolphins, Broncos, and Giants. And let's just keep in mind that one of the reasons that he was fired is because in 3 seasons, he went 24-25 with the Miami Dolphins. So 24-25. Now, I know, like, you may think this is like baseball, and he can turn it around at the end of the year with 170-something games.
I didn't think that, but sure.
That's not true. I know it's like 150. But anyway, that's really bad. He was paid $3 million a year to.
This is why I'm a Euroboy. What the fuck? Why would a team want to lose? What is this fucking shit? Holy fuck! Teams want to lose because of the way that the draft system is designed. Okay, and it's the same for like the NBA as well. Even though I think the NBA has a rule against this now to prevent this from happening. But teams sometimes franchises want to tank their fucking season specifically so they can get a higher draft pick because one singular fucking star. Which one, by the way, you can trade your draft picks as well. But one singular star that is at the top of the fucking lottery can straight up change your next season. That's why they do this. That's why they fucking pay to lose, basically. Not pay to lose, but you know what I mean. The problem for him, the problem for Flores was that he was too good. Even when the franchise, like the owners wanted him to lose.
13 months of Twitch brain rot.
So much so that the second part of that is, the second part of the fucking lawsuit is that they were trying to pay him to lose.
Achieve
$3 million
mediocrity.
Okay.
Yes. So this is almost like Colin Kaepernick getting paid to suck.
It's just like Roots.
Right. So
and that guy knows this, by the way. If he knows sports, he knows that. I don't know sports and I know that. So that's bullshit. You know what I mean? Maybe because my best friend is a Jets fan and he tells me every fucking season that like this is the season, like we're actually losing on purpose so that like we can finally get like, I don't know, this guy or that guy, whatever the fuck. I hear it literally every time. But honestly, like, if I know that as someone who doesn't watch any fucking football whatsoever, then, 2 old white dudes on a fucking conservative talk show, like one of them is supposed to know this reality. So for him to just completely avoid that, for him to completely avoid mentioning that, wait, you mean to tell me Steven Crowder's fluffer isn't being 100% honest? Yeah, I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, how the fuck? How is he not going to mention that? Like, that's so silly. Won't his audience know this? I thought conservative, like, big macho men, I thought they watch football. They love football. It's like fucking manly, I thought their consumption was tied back to their sexuality and their sexual identity and all this sort of other shit. Will they not recognize that that's what teams do? Thank you, Fabian Simpicalist, for the 5-tier gift subs.
According to what is out right now, he's alleging the Dolphins owner, Stephen Ross,
12 years of coach,
incentivized him, I'm just going to keep going, to tank in 2019 by offering $100,000 per loss. Now, that's pretty interesting because that would just increase the position of your draft. So if you lose the most games, like Detroit, Dave, you guys are...
He had 2 straight winning seasons with the Dolphins after he was asked to throw the first season on the team. Never happened to a white coach before. 2 straight winning seasons and fired. I'm a big Finns fan my whole life.
With
sorry to hear that.
You guys get to pick first and maybe get the best athlete, and so a lot of times it's a quarterback.
Wait, Detroit gets #1 picks, and they're still Detroit Lions?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
we
just don't do much
really poorly with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I'd insult him back, but he's just right.
I'm right. Okay. But I want them to be better.
I know you do.
Their quarterback is going to the Super Bowl this year. He's just no longer with their team.
Yeah. I know your heart's in the right place.
So Flores says
the problem with Detroit is there's just so much ethnicity.
Right.
There's a lot of race.
So this is about race, right? So this whole lawsuit, race, right? He says that he was pressured to illegally recruit a prominent quarterback. I'm not sure how that's about race. And this is how his lawyer, Flores' lawyer, described the situation.
And litigation's not for everyone, but he stepped forward. He's been referred to as the Rosa Parks of the NFL.
By you.
And it's testament to his character. And the litigation will create change.
Really?
Can a reporter just ask? I just want one of those people at the desk, just when he goes, yeah, he's been referred to as a Rosa Parks. I want, without skipping a beat, one of those reporters go, that's absolutely not true.
Well, first of all, she took the bus because she was making roughly $3 million a year.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Dude, it's always so funny because it's like they always talk about fucking the salary, right? Oh, you shut the fuck up. You make too much money. Shut the fuck up, right? Right-wingers love doing this. Let's look at like the, I don't know, average coach salary in the NFL, because he got $3 million. Let's see what the average coaching salary is. The average NFL coach makes $2.1 million. NFL coaches make the most in San Francisco with 3.3. Average compensation is 51% greater than the average. Wait, hold on. I'm getting conflicting reports on this. Never mind. Sorry. The current head coaches from whom data is available, the NFL coach makes $6.6 million annually on average. That was wrong. The median salary from available coaches is $5.5 million. The remaining 7 coaches are mainly new appointed ones, so the financial aspect of their contracts is still a mystery. But here are the list of NFL coaches, NFL head coach salaries. Bill Belichick with $12 million. This is from 2021. Bill Belichick, $12 million. Urban Meyer, $12 million. Pete Carroll, $11 million. John Gruden. Brian Flores, out of the fucking 25 coaches, Brian Flores is the last place. He's literally at the fucking bottom, dude. Are you that horny to just be racist? I didn't know that this was going to be the case, okay? I did not know. I just wanted to Google it. I wanted to see what the fuck was going on, okay? I wanted to see what was happening. Now, people are going to say Mike Tomlin is at $8 million. But that's not what we're talking about. Right now, what we are talking about is Brian Flores' $3 million salary, okay? We're talking about his personal salary that they're saying is incredibly high. Oh, I can't believe he's getting paid so much money to fucking lose. I can't believe he's getting paid so much money to suck. Okay? Just understand that I'm not referencing like specifically black coaches getting paid less or anything like that. What I'm simply stating is they are making it seem as though he is getting paid a lot of fucking money to lose. Okay, wait, what is this? What about these coaches? What? Denver 7-10 fired. New York Giants 4-13 fired? Question mark. What? Okay, sports guys, stop. You're throwing a lot of info my way, okay? And it's too much.
My rat died last night, but I am happy to be here.
Mike Tomlin has been a head coach for like 15 years. Is not comparable. $8 million is shameful.
Exactly like Rosa Parks with your $3 million a year
gold-plated bus pass.
What bus are you at the back of? Because I would like to be there too.
Oh my gosh,
it's a pretty nice bus.
The Rosa Parks of the NFL.
Well, and he's saying basically that
they would sick dogs on him if he sat in the wrong seat.
Now remember, if you make any substantial amount of money, you're not allowed to complain. It's just so fucking stupid. Like, what do you think he should be getting paid, dickhead? Do you think he should be getting paid even less than what he's getting paid? Like, yeah, $3 million a year is a lot of fucking money, but like, what do you, like, in comparison, he's literally one of the fucking greatest coaches on the planet for football right now, okay? If he's able to get to a head coaching position, that's it. He is magically and automatically one of the fucking best coaches right now.
Also, of course, NFL is racist, lol.
Like, in comparison to, he's not one of the best. Dude, I'm saying, in comparison to, like, literally everyone starting off with your dad that's coaching a fucking little league team, all the way up to all the available coaches that are out there, if you make it as a coach into the fucking NFL, you definitely have hit a certain level of fucking coaching. That's what I mean. 32 out of fucking 7 billion people on the planet is not, you know, they're not maybe exactly top 32. Maybe they're in the top 1,000. But it's still, you're one of the best fucking coaches. Okay? Like, that's not that ridiculous of a fucking take. I don't know why you guys are like losing your shit. I'm not saying he's literally the best. I'm saying, but with respect to all the people coaching on the planet, all the people coaching football on the planet, they're some of the best. And even then, on top of that, on its own merits, Brian Flores is good, okay? Dealt with had to deal with a fucking shitty roster and a fucking team that wanted him to lose, specifically so they get better picks in the draft. And then even then, he had back-to-back winning seasons. First Dolphin coach in 20 years to have back-to-back winning seasons, like with a fucking shit roster. Ultimately, like, you know, he's a good coach. He's fucking too good, if anything.
Exactly.
So the NFL's had a problem with
Rosa
race.
Parks had a what's it called? One of those executive boxes.
Yes. Yeah. Well, everybody, the NFL.
Like, you can't be in the front of the executive box. You got to be at the back with the shrimp.
Yeah, get back by the pizza.
From the Golden Corral. We had it brought in special.
Why would the fact that a white guy said that? Okay, look, I'm gonna jump back on what I said about Whoopi. That guy should lose his job.
Well, yeah.
Before you move on, let's play that clip one more time.
Yeah, let's just put it out.
Oh God, they're so fucking annoying. I mean, it's literally built around assuming that their audience that probably does watch football being so racist that they will not recognize that what they're saying is idiotic. Like, that they will not recognize that this dude was in a team that was like, you know, trying to fucking lose, that his roster wasn't good, and even then he was still outperforming, that he's historically good ultimately, that he's criminally underpaid in comparison to the rest of the fucking league. You know, he's the least paid person that they're saying is getting paid so much money. Like, you have to be so fucking moronic to not recognize, like, I don't know anything about sports. Remember, I don't know anything about sports. It took me one Google search to fucking figure out that, like, you know, Flores is getting paid $3 million. How are you going to fucking cry about how much money he's making when he's like literally the 25th highest paid, highest salaried coach, or 29th, sorry, highest salaried fucking coach in the league? That's so stupid. Like, I don't even know any of this shit. So why do you keep saying he had the worst team in the roster and he's a great head coach without knowing anything about the sport, lol? Because even I know the fucking basics. Even I understand the fundamentals. That's what I'm saying. Even I understand the fundamentals of the argument. That's the point. That, like, even in all of my fucking lack of knowledge, okay, even in all of my lack of knowledge about the sports, even then I understand the fundamentals of how certain things work. What, Nick Adams? What do you think about this tweet? Brian Flores is a complete and total idiot. I can't believe I defended him when the Dolphins fired him. Wrongfully playing the race car when you don't get your way is one of the most despicable things a person can do. I hope he never gets a job in the NFL. I don't care about some fucking random racist asshat nobody, dude. Okay? Fuck this guy.
Second month Twitch frog.
It's not about who you are. It's about who you know. You should know that. Same thing with streamers. Your fundamentals are wrong. Yeah, dude, I wonder if networking is so fucking important. I wonder if being black kind of stops you from being a part of the networking opportunities. If it's not even about fucking merit, which I don't agree. Yes, you are right. But the argument that you're quite literally making is the argument that I'm making. You just don't want to say there's racism involved in it. But yes, that is true. Yes. It's not about who you are. It's about who you know. Exactly. And who you know is severely limited when you're a black coach. When you're a black player that is not being elevated to coach status. So thank you for making my point for me while thinking you were making a different point. What is this? Here's a totally real story where you know every detail is legit. Lindsey Graham was at the garbage dump this weekend when he got some unsolicited input on his favorite Supreme Court nominee, Judge Michelle Childs of the U.S. District Court for South Carolina. 3 guys in pickup trucks came up to me and said, she seems like a nice lady. I'm tired of this Harvard-Yale stuff. The great equalizer is the garbage dump because everybody's got to throw out garbage, Graham said in an interview Tuesday. I was struck by what they thought. Yeah, dude, totally. Yeah, that definitely happened. Also, this is Jim Clyburns' pick. Remember how I told you guys that the person, Michelle Childs, is Jim Clyburns' pick for the Supreme Court? And I told you guys, I don't know anything about her, but immediately, if Jim Clyburn is fucking advocating for this person, she's bad. Yeah, I was right. Like 100%. Lindsey Graham wants her. Jim Clyburn wants her. Here it is. David Dayen, friend of the show, David Dayen for The Prospect, wrote a new article showing Michelle Childs' background. Michelle Childs was a management side labor lawyer. She's also notable for several tough on crime rulings that were so out of step legally that they were routinely overturned by higher courts. So a Clyburn spokesperson responded to this report. The insinuation that Jim Clyburn would support a nominee to the Supreme Court with the intent to undermine criminal justice reform is so preposterous that it discredits the entire integrity of this entire report. Come on, bro. That would never happen. That's crazy. Isn't there something disingenuous about someone, Crowder, having a take on literally everything race-related and all of it is predictable? How can his audience not put 2 and 2 together? Because his audience is not going there to get... His audience is going there to get fucking the same information over and over again. They want their biases to be confirmed. And it's the same for me, too, in most circumstances. Let's be fucking real. Except the difference is I'm advocating for things that you might not have heard before, okay? So that's the main difference between me and Steven Crowder. A lot of people come in here because they're like, either they're like, what the fuck is this Hasan guy about? I've never heard of him. I've never seen this dude. All I hear is like that he's shitty. I'm going to go in and maybe like say some dumb fuck shit in his chat. Or a lot of people come in here and go, I want to learn a little bit more about what this dude's worldview is. Because obviously, like, as this community has grown throughout time, you have to still recognize that, like, there is, you have to still recognize that, like, there aren't that many people that think the way I do or think the way that you do now, okay? That's just the unfortunate reality. In the United States of America, there are a lot of people who agree, okay, when it comes to the original primary principles of, like, empathy, sharing is caring, that sort of stuff, right? But they don't know how to communicate those desires, and they are totally fucking caught up in the left-right dynamic. They're totally caught up in the fucking Democrats versus Republicans dynamic. Steven Crowder is just a regular Republican, and he's also preaching white supremacist attitudes. That is quite literally just the fundamental starting point for so many American social conditioning. So a lot of them want to go somewhere where they get their social conditioning reinforced. Okay? So that's the main difference between someone like myself and Steven Crowder. Like, I'll never be able to get the same kind of, like, affirmative bias-seeking, confirmation bias-seeking attitudes from my community because I am preaching against the institutional hierarchy. I'm preaching against the main social conditioning that you normally start off with. Okay? So it's always funny whenever people are like, dude, Hasan just has a fucking league of sycophants. He's just building an echo chamber. He's building an echo chamber. It's like, yeah, I'm building it. The echo chamber itself did not exist, though. No. That's the main difference. The echo chamber itself is not in existence. Like, so many people in my community were not, would never have identified as socialist or even social democrat or even more than like a fucking Democrat. Some of them would have identified themselves as Republicans, libertarians, all this other shit many, many years ago before they came into this community. The point is, like, what I advocate for and what I fucking, yeah, see, lmao, your typical woke leftist echo chamber. Yeah, exactly. Except the difference is there is no fucking leftist echo chamber, or there is no fundamental, not fundamental principles, but rather there is no like fucking reinforcement of leftist principles and leftist values in any sort of fucking media. Okay? Like, Steven Crowder is creating an echo chamber of right-wing ideas, and the reality is there's a lot of that everywhere, okay? You're born into a country that has, like, a lot of right-wing values built into mainstream ideology, into its own institutions. Like, there is no communism or socialism built into our capitalist organization of the economy.
Affirmative action is racist.
You respond to every sock account's first message. Okay, shut up. You know what I mean? Well, you don't know what I mean. You don't know anything. But all you know is just fucking, yes, there is. All social media, yes, there is. No, there isn't. That's bullshit. And if that was the case, I wouldn't be getting fucking banned nonstop, you idiot. How do you match up with that? That I get banned to the same frequency as fucking Steven Crowder. You know, a guy who's like literally recreating George Floyd's execution, okay, to make jokes about it. Like, all of social media is communist. All of social media is socialist. Really? That's what you think? You think like, you know, all of these billionaires that own social media platforms are socialist? That's what they're doing? Like, Jeff Bezos is socialist. Like, the world's wealthiest fucking billionaires are just promoting socialism. They're doing socialist agitated propaganda. Mark Zuckerberg on Facebook is a socialist. This is what happens. This is your brain on American ideology. I don't know why I'm having to defend him. He's banned everywhere. What? Defend who? Steven Crowder? We're currently watching him on his majorly successful YouTube show.
$1.25 years of brain rot. Let's go.
So go off. Find it. Public schooling, welfare systems, police, firefighters, all socialist systems. Wait, what? First of all, no, those are social programs and social safety nets. None of those are actually social. None of those are actually socialist. Anyway, I'm going to ban this person because he is like fucking lost his mind because he said police are socialist. He's doing the socialism is when the government does stuff, and the more the government does stuff, the more socialism it is. How do I deal with the I am a better leftist than you brain rot? I mean, I'll keep him in here. He's pretty funny. He's a pet, but yeah, it's the way to deal with that brain rot is just by fucking avoiding it. Who cares? They're dickheads. Okay. New York governor on the brag. Oh, wait, not this. What am I talking about? Jeff Zucker, ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Zucker, the famous president of CNN that some people claim is responsible for Trump's success because he was so good for the fucking ratings that Jeff Zucker was like pump the airwaves full of Trump's agitprop. That Jeff Zucker had to resign unceremoniously and out of nowhere earlier today. Let's find out what happened.
Jeff Zucker has announced his immediate resignation
I love
as
this
the
story.
president of CNN. This comes amid an investigation into what Jeff Zucker calls a consensual relationship with a colleague.
First of all, I do believe that it's consensual. I do believe that. But I do find it additionally funny that Fox News is saying like allegedly consensual. It's like, bitch, what the fuck do you know about allegedly consensual? You're Fox News. Like, your network is literally like catching rape charges left and right. Anyway.
Others are calling it inappropriate. Whatever it is or was, he's out. Joe Concha, you're watching this.
Yeah, about 9 years ago, Jeff Zucker came to CNN. It was a left of center network, yes, but a legitimate news organization. I used to go on pretty often.
Dude, you're on Fox News. You're on Fox News. You can't say that. Like, You can't say, I miss the old CNN. You're on Fox News, brother. What the fuck?
Left of center network, yes, but a legitimate news organization. I used to go on pretty often at that time. And when you're looking at the book on Jeff Zucker, his legacy will be taking this news organization and making it a blatantly active organization geared to target conservatives. Obviously, when Donald Trump came on board, then they led the resistance against him, and it really hurt their reputation. Now you see that their ratings, when you compare it to the same month last year, are down 90%. So business not very good. But let's read the statement from Jeff Zucker. He said, as part of the investigation, into Chris Cuomo's tenure at CNN, I was asked about a consensual relationship with my closest colleague, someone I have worked with for more than 20 years. I acknowledge the relationship evolved in recent years. I was required to disclose it when it began, but I didn't. I was wrong. That relationship was with Allison Gullis. She is the chief marketing officer for CNN. Zucker was divorced just a couple of years ago, but you have to.
Yeah, he was in a relationship. He was divorced. She was divorced. They were in a relationship. She was like the fucking head of marketing or something.
I wonder if there's more to this story. Why resign if you're having a consensual relationship with a colleague?
This part stands out to me.
Yeah.
As part of the investigation into Chris Cuomo's tenure at CNN.
So the funny part about this is what she's about to mention, which is that didn't she? I think she had a relationship with not like a platonic or a business relationship with Andrew Cuomo.
Man. Now you talk about their ratings and who's left.
And the way that they found out, hey, Cash App, thank you for the 69 gift the subs. The way that they found out about his relationship was during the Chris Cuomo investigations.
It was my understanding. Chris Cuomo, I mean, I didn't watch him, but a lot of people did. On that network, it was boosting their primetime numbers at the time. Something tied up in that investigation then took down this guy. That's two people. The investigation's still ongoing. Joe Concha, indeed, the question is, what is behind the scenes in terms of that investigation that's going on? Because for him to mention it here, it tells me that, you know, it wasn't just a simple matter that he didn't tell people that he was dating this woman. It was that it's mixed up.
Limo said attacking Trump was bad for ratings, but now that Trump is gone and not being attacked, their ratings tanked. How are people so dumb to believe these guys? Dude, Donald Trump was so good for ratings. And they know this because they quite literally talk about how much Donald Trump boosted CNN's ratings and how CNN's ratings post Donald Trump are gone. It is so incredibly stupid to make this, to claim that Donald Trump wasn't a fucking major ratings boon. Jeff Zucker himself literally said Trump is great for ratings.
In an investigation where they're taking a look at improprietous behavior by one of his employees. And so we will have to see what happens with that.
CNN has lost 90% of its ratings in comparison to the January 6th riots. Okay. Like when you compare what CNN, the rating CNN was doing in January last year during the fucking insurrection, their ratings have dipped by 90 fucking %, dude. 90. 9-0. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fucking fuck out of here. That's definite peak, though. The world was watching CNN. It doesn't matter, dude. A 90% drop off is insane. 50% is a big drop off. 90% is fucking insanity. I mean, I went from like 100K average to fucking, you know, that month. If you looked at like my average is like, it went from 100K to 30K. You know what I mean? But that's a one-off. Like, it's not a monthly average. If you look at the monthly average, it's way, way lower than that. You know what I mean? Like, my monthly average on January, up from 3K. Yeah, up from 3K last year, too. Guys, 60% drop in ratings in January 6th. Exactly, dude. Exactly. 60, 70%, not 90, motherfucker. That's what I'm saying. If they literally dropped off 50% for television, that makes sense. That's what I said. So what you're referencing is, you know, exactly what I'm saying. I went from 100K average, but like lower than 100K average. I mean, I'll look it up right now. We can easily look this number up, by the way. It's not that fucking hard to find. Channel analytics. My average viewership. Oh, dude, yeah, I'm not even dude, I'm not even up. I'm actually I'm not even down. January to February 2021, my fucking viewership went from 27,000 average viewers to now like 32,000 or something. So it actually went up 35,000. So my viewership is up on average. So you guys are wrong. My average on that month was 25,000. So yeah. Anyway, I did not fall off. I fell on. When I first joined, you were between 1 to 3K. Yeah, exactly. Bro, you are comparing your average, but CNN's peak? No, we're not. We're looking at their monthly average. Their monthly average on January versus their monthly average on January 2022. The difference between their monthly average on January 2021 versus their monthly average on January 2022 is, yes, they're fucking peak to peak. They're peak to fucking major valley. That's a 90% drop off. Even if I were to look at my peak on January 6th last year versus January 6th this year, my drop off is not as much as fucking CNN's. That's what I'm saying. Poke laws. Hasan, my new music has Joe Rogan bars. I made you. You literally copied my whole Bernie politics stuff. This is true. Poke is 100% correct. We'll listen to Poke's music in a second.
The View co-host Whoopi Goldberg suspended for 2 weeks for her comments about the Holocaust. Ariel Reshef has the story. Good morning, Ariel.
Good morning to you, George. Though Goldberg has apologized, her comments sparked a firestorm, some seeing this as a troubling sign of fading understanding about the horrors of the Holocaust.
This morning, ABC News suspending Whoopi Goldberg for 2 weeks in response to her inflammatory remarks about the Holocaust. ABC.
Bro, I don't know why the fuck they actually like gave her time off. She's an idiot, but like, I don't think she's like anti-Semitic or meant to be anti-Semitic at all. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, she did say she like all lives mattered, the Holocaust kind of, but I thought it was just like a breakdown in communication. We're going to hear what she said. She basically stated that, something along the lines of like, the Nazis weren't white supremacists. Like it was something about how just violent and evil they are, but not necessarily like white supremacists.
News President Kim Godwin saying in a statement, effective immediately, I am suspending Whoopi Goldberg for 2 weeks.
Hey, yo, I'm pretty sure you referenced me on a stream a couple weeks ago about a situation with my ex. I'm trying to clear that up. I'm pretty sure I didn't, okay? I do not know who the fuck you are. Please do not do this, okay? Please, take your drugs, go to therapy. I am not talking about you, okay? I promise. 1,000%, okay? 1,000,000%. Straight up. I don't know who you are. I never talked about you. You're not clearing anything up. The only thing you should be clearing is your schedule so you can go get help, okay?
GTG to work by Hasan and chat. Have a good stream. Everyone stay safe.
Let's continue.
For her wrong and hurtful comments. While Whoopi has apologized, I've asked her to take time to reflect and learn about the impact of her comments. The entire ABC News organization stands in solidarity with our Jewish colleagues, friends, family, and communities.
If you're going to do this, then let's be truthful about it, because the Holocaust isn't about race.
On Monday's show, the host of ABC's The View inaccurately claimed the Holocaust was not related to race.
It's not about race. It's not about race.
What is it about?
Because it's about man's inhumanity to man. That's what it's about.
Whoopi Goldberg.
Goldberg appearing to double down on the Colbert Show that night.
The American experience tends to be based on skin.
Yes. And so that is what race means to me. When you talk about being a racist, I was saying you can't call this racism. This was evil. This wasn't based on the skin.
Okay, but like the Nazis, literally, dude, she is so Ameri-brained, dude. Like literally, she has American brain rot. That's what it is. It's like assuming that like racism is just the American version of racism, which is built around the one drop rule and all that sort of stuff. Which ironic, because like Hitler did look to America and the Jim Crow South and our eugenics and said, that is very good. I would like to do some of this very good stuff. What you're doing in the South, very good. We're going to do this in Germany as well. So like technically, Hitler kind of fucking bit the American brand of racism. So even on that point of view, like she's still wrong. You know what I mean? And he absolutely did consider Jews to not be a part of the Volkisch, the German Volk, the actual true Germans. So, you know, Hitler did jack our swag 100%. Hitler jacked our racist swag pretty hard.
Here's to stealing your own labor back from your corpo overlords, chat.
Couldn't tell who was Jewish. They had to delve deeply to figure it out.
Then tweeting an apology, saying in part, the Jewish people around the world have always had my support, and that will never waver. I'm sorry for the hurt I have caused. And the next day, opening The View with this.
I said that the Holocaust wasn't about race, and it was instead about man's inhumanity to man. But it is indeed about race, because Hitler and the Nazis considered Jews to be an inferior race. Now, words matter, and mine are no exception. I regret my comments, as I said, and I stand corrected. I also stand with the Jewish people, as they know and y'all know, because I've always done that.
By the end of the Holocaust, just 77 years ago, 6 million Jews had been murdered.
That might not fit exactly or feel different than the way we think about race in 21st century America, where primarily it's about people of color. But throughout the Jewish people's history, they have been marginalized, they have been persecuted, they have been slaughtered, in large part because many people felt they were not just a different religion, but indeed a different race.
The head of the Anti-Defamation League warning anti-Semitism is still a real...
Yes, chat, shut the fuck up. Yes, I know the ADL sucks, okay? It doesn't matter. This is like... What he's saying is still correct here in this situation, okay? I know. I don't know why everybody always fucking runs to be like, ADL, Pepela. Yeah, I know. They suck, okay? They're not good. What do you want? They're not wrong in this situation, so... The ADL is the Anti-Defamation League, okay? And the reason why, of course, this leftist chat is saying Pepela ADL is because the ADL is a organization that regularly conflates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, shit like that. It's really fucked up.
Real and present danger.
Why did you hate on PewDiePie for retracting his donor to the ADL then? Because, wait, what? Did you not hear me talk about that back then? Because PewDiePie donating the amount of money to the ADL was like to say fuck off to the Nazis. So when he literally listened to the grifter Nazis in his chat, in his community, and then turn around and like retract the donation, that's still worse. You know what I mean? Like, while I disagree with the ADL's practices and while I disagree with the ADL's attitude towards Zionism and how I believe that they also weaponize anti-Semitism to make political points and run defense for an apartheid running ethno-state by the name of Israel. I still agreed with PewDiePie, who has actual fucking Nazis in his community turning around and giving money to them because it was more so like, you know, to an institution that does that. The reason we hate ADL isn't the same reason why Nazis and chuds hate ADL. Exactly.
People on good faith on the left and the right to call this out forcefully, fully, without hesitation.
And studies show an alarming decline in knowledge about the Holocaust at a time when anti-Semitism has surged to unprecedented levels. The FBI saying Jews are the most targeted for religious-based hate crimes in this country. And George, as you heard there, Goldberg saying she regrets her comments and any hurt they may have caused.
ABC News suspending the comedian and actor Whoopi Goldberg from the...
This is, of course, goated on the quirk, the white girl, goated on the sauce, Amy Goodman with Democracy Now! Talking to the Mouse author, Art Spiegelman, okay, about this situation. You realize corona is a brain disease, right?
The View. I mean, it was an amazing moment on The View because she's decrying Mouse being banned in Tennessee, but did say it wasn't about race, the Holocaust. It was about man's inhumanity to man. She afterwards apologized and said she now understood, you know, Hitler.
Someone said, there's no way Jews are targeted more than Muslims in the U.S. Brother, when Muslims are targeted in the United States, it's done at an institutionalized level, though. So I do believe that it's like the overwhelming majority of anti-Muslim targeting still comes from the federal government. So the FBI is not going to be like, yeah, we did a really bad job targeting Muslims. Like, that doesn't mean that there isn't Islamophobia. Of course there is, right? Of course there is a fuckload of Islamophobia. But the by and large majority of Islamophobia and inappropriate targeting of Muslims is still coming from the federal government. You know, the call's coming from inside the house. Whereas with anti-Semitism, I truly do believe it. There's a lot of fucking anti-Semitic attacks and hate crimes that happen because anti-Semitism is at the heart of every conspiracy theory. Like, they're the OG. They are literally, quite literally, Jews are the OG scapegoat, okay? Like, throughout history, through pogroms, blood libel, like, they have always, every single fucking conspiracy theory goes back to those guys are at fault. Those guys are responsible. Even shit like flat earther conspiracies, as you know, which I find rather tame and not as problematic as others. Like, it's funny, it's cute, whatever. But even if you go deep down into the fucking flat earther bubble, okay, or I guess hollow earth, I don't know, bubble, whatever. Even if you go deep down enough to the on that rabbit hole, you will find that they believe that like NASA is being led by Jews and shit like that. So it's always that's always the case, which is precisely why I don't disagree or I'm not shocked by anti-Semitism being like the number one way that people are targeted for hate crimes.
Jews as an inferior race. Your thoughts that that's the fallout from the banning?
Well, I believe she should have been left on TV, especially after she apologized. But in any case, because I think in this age, we're all addled, including Whoopi Goldberg. And I think she had conflicting images of where we're at right now, in the sense that somehow us Jews have become honorary white in this moment, and that allowed her to get a bit confused about where the issues really are. And I got to say, I'm a First Amendment fundamentalist, and therefore not as upset about the I don't know, I hate using the word, but for now, let's say cancel culture.
I don't know if I can believe anti-Semitism is the biggest source of hate crimes. Dude. Hate crimes against black people or hateful actions against black people are institutionalized. Hateful actions against Muslims are institutionalized. Hateful actions against Jewish people are not institutionalized in that same way. What do you not understand about this? Okay? And also, they're not even talking about races. They're talking about on the basis of religion. That's the reason why Jewish people get targeted higher, because of the religious hate crimes.
As a way of redressing the great wrongs that Mr. Johnson was talking about in your previous segment. But it's all kind of ball of confusion, like the attempts to ban Huckleberry Finn over the decades by Mark Twain, where actually Jim is probably the most, the wisest and most fully realized character in the book. And I think Mark Twain must have been aware of it. He wrote it. And I think that it's misguided because the language includes a trigger word in his story. But that's the word that was absolutely current back then. And therefore, although I love it when I find books on my own, and was indeed a little worried when I first heard Maus was being put into this curriculum, just because I don't know who's ready to read this, who isn't ready to read this. But in a situation like the one that the teachers who were testifying to the Board of Parents put it...
it's fucking mind-boggling. It's absolutely insane. Oh, by the way, this is a classic Democracy Now! Moment where, you know, the guest is fucking talking and talking and talking, and they're about to run out of time. What you're about to see is a classic Democracy Now! Moment, okay? Anyway, as I was saying, it's mind-boggling that they fucking deleted Maus. Like, they in Tennessee, they were like, oh, no, it's too much. There's too much nudity. Fucking so
this
stupid.
This is things that happened. This book has been shown to be very effective at
I was going to say, you have 30 seconds.
This is
Art Spiegelman, we have to leave it there, but I thank you so much for being with us. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Stay safe.
Classic. They always do this. It's so funny. If you've ever listened to Democracy Now!, you know this is like a classic Democracy Now! Moment, okay? Just like the top of the hour ad break is a classic Hasocracy Now! Moment. I don't know why I said that. We're going to move on with more anti-Semitism. Okay? Like, people were talking about like anti-Semitism in America. Well, here, let's this is a sitting congresswoman who famously said the California wildfires were started by Jewish space lasers. It didn't end there. We're going to get to that. But like I said, if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, you're going to get to the subscription button, because otherwise you're going to see an ad right now. I'm running it in a 60-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Okay.
Illness. Wearing a mask today after
the Netherlands.
So remember when this lady, Marjorie Titan Greene, who is a Titan, Titans are real. They are flesh mechas. Okay, Attack on Titan is a mecha anime.
2 years.
This fucking Titan said Jewish space lasers were responsible. And then she fucking turned around and said, like, and compared, you know, people doing public safety measures to the Holocaust. So then, like, you know, the Holocaust Memorial Foundation and stuff got really mad at her. And then they made her basically go and like apologize for her anti-Semitism and like write a book report on why the Holocaust was bad. So like a fucking pathetic little child, she had to go to a Holocaust museum and then come out and write a book report. It was awesome. Something that I believe we should do all the time, by the way. I do agree with that. Pretty funny. Okay. Whoopi should go to... Yeah, that'd be pretty funny if they sent... They should. Yo, you're right. They should literally do that every time. They should send Whoopi Goldberg to the Holocaust Museum to write a book report. Anyway, I love that. I love, like, you know, punishing adults like they're babies. Anyway. So that didn't take, apparently. That didn't take because she's back to comparing, you know, she's comparing, I think, Fauci to Mengele. Let's see what
This is truly mental illness. Wearing a mask today after 2 years of this Chinese virus that has infected our country, this man-made Chinese virus that Dr. Fauci sent our tax dollars to and contributed to. But
dude, she's like adding on qualifier. This man-made, this Chinese virus. I mean, this man-made Chinese virus. I mean, this man-made Chinese virus that Anthony Fauci personally created. I mean, this man-made Chinese virus that Anthony Fauci personally created with our tax dollars. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant, dude. This is why I always say, like, conservatives get so creative when they want to be, like, racist and shit. It's just they use all of their... They use their mental faculties to the maximum. You know what I mean? Like, this is when their brain is juiced up. Like, their brain is operating at like 120%.
people still wearing masks. I mean, it's truly mentally ill. We know the masks don't work.
I do find it really funny where Marjorie Taylor Greene is calling anyone else mentally ill. Like, that is, I mean, that's awesome.
And the vaccines don't work. People that are vaccinated are still getting COVID. But I think that people really have blood on their hands that have stopped the prescriptions of ivermectin, refuse people who have had sick family members in the hospital of not being able to take ivermectin or any other kind of life-saving treatment or therapy. I mean, I truly think that we need to investigate all of these people and investigate the deaths that are reported on the VAERS system and hold people accountable, because it's Dr. Fauci and anyone at the CDC or anyone involved that stopped life-saving treatments and therapies and people died. Well, I think they're guilty of murder.
Yo, she's awesome, dude. What a queen. They literally just say whatever. Didn't she also make that exact same comparison to Mengele, by the way? Yeah, it's like secular. She is building posture. She's building posture damage. Exactly. She hit all of the fucking high notes, dude. It was awesome. She literally hit every high note.
11 months of good times, good stuff.
On InfoWars, too. That's great. I love that. I love that. Also, you know, a chatter pointed this out, which is pretty cool. If COVID is like, if willingly spreading COVID is bad, then wouldn't the previous fucking administration, like, if COVID is deadly, right? Because she's mentioning that COVID is deadly and like the government is trying to stop you from like actually dealing with COVID, then wouldn't you consider what the Trump administration, what they did to be like absolutely horrifying? Because like you can't be like, no, COVID is only deadly now under the Biden administration. Wouldn't that mean that Sarah Palin has to go to jail? She like knowingly and willingly spread COVID to people. It's awesome whenever they just like, they're like, COVID is actually very deadly. It's a man-made China virus that's very deadly only when I want to say the government's doing a bad thing, the Joe Biden administration, but also simultaneously, it's not deadly at all. I'm Bill Dipperly and COVID actually does nothing to me.
So what can be done by that? Well, the people need to rise up, kept them in check. So what can be done by that? Well, the people need to rise up saying, if nothing else, we are going to hold Anthony Fauci accountable. We're going to create criminal referrals, maybe not to just the Department of Justice. Maybe he broke state-based laws as well, Jack, that state attorney generals might be able to indict him. And there needs to be an example made of him, kept him in check. So what?
Damn, he's like fantasizing about jailing Fauci. Is never going to happen. Good luck. It'd be pretty funny if it did, though.
Thought on Xenoblade smile.
Transgender move
I believe, and this is to go a level deeper, but you guys are smart and you'll get it, the transgender movement actually matters even more than biomedical fascism, and they actually are together, because the transgender movement is an introductory phase to get you to strip yourself of your humanity to mesh with machines. It's called transhumanism. They want you to say, okay, well, I can choose any gender.
Wait, he said transhumanism and transgender people are the same? What? Like Elon Musk is a transhumanist, but he's literally transphobic. How does that work? What the fuck? What?
Gender, why can't I just have like an exoskeleton of some sort of machine around me? This is what...
Bro, if one of his many psychopathic, vulturous, demon-like millionaire, billionaire mega donors decided that a cyber exoskeleton is necessary for the American military to be stronger and like got the fucking IP for it, tomorrow he'd be like, why is the loony left trying to stop cyber exoskeletons from being put forcibly inside of minorities that we are sending out to battle? These people were not going to have any sort of meaningful, gainful employment otherwise, and the government is actually trying to give them a job. And now he's just like, dude, it's so fucked up. It's so fucked up.
Meta is about the metaverse, kids staring at screens all day long. This is documented, this is proven, this is where Silicon Valley is going. This is why they're so insistent on this trans...
Motherfucker thinks like, it trains people that have existed throughout, that predate our civilization, certainly, that have existed throughout time, are actually all cyborgs, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, that's right. Trans folk in the chat, you all are actually robots. I don't know if you knew this.
Gender thing, because if you stop being a man...
We learned last week that all the trans people in the chat were all just, artistic as fuck. And they were just doing like more art with their gender. Now we're finding out it's actually not. That they're just robots. They're trans cyborgs.
Stop being a human being. Maybe you can kind of just plug into some sort of machine. This is where their control, their profit motive is coming down the stream. There's a ton of literature about this. I'm far from the first person to comment on it, but I'm just kind of connecting the dots for all of you. Like, what is the agenda here? Well, the agenda is kind of like Ready Player One meets Inception, where you kind of just hook up to a machine all day long and you're controlled by 5 companies that control your thoughts and your feelings. And the real...
But like, dude, you get paid by those guys. I don't understand. You're literally a right-winger, bro. Like, your entire fucking 501c3 is funded by those guys. Like, maybe not Facebook, right? But like, you're picking and choosing. You're like, no, this is a good billionaire because he pays me, versus, and also, of course, like, I'm going to advocate for the, to make sure we defend billionaires. But like all those other billionaires, they're the bad ones because they're banning you off Facebook. Like, you can't be a right-winger and be like, I hate billionaires and corporations. Like, you're literally a fucking right-winger, dude. That makes no sense. We already live in like some kind of fucking Ready Player One type society, okay? Or we already live in a society where there's like 5 corporations that control everything, and you're funded by like 3 of them shitting on the other 2. Like, oh man, I really hate that, societal collapse has happened. We have 5 corporations that control our entire civilization. And also the 3 that control me, they're good. But the 2 that don't, I hate them. Sick. Okay, got it. Yeah, you're really fucking honorable with the way that you operate, man. It's dope.
The real world actually ends up being the not real world, where everyone just kind of wears goggles all day long. That's the deeper significance of the transgender movement that no one wants to talk about. David?
It's great. Charlie Kirk was also running Reddit troll forums with college students in Arizona. Yeah, I mean, he's a fucking major grifter. I mean, big ups to Charlie, my woke king. Let's be real. Like, I respect him for stealing money from wealthy Republican idiots. I just wish he wasn't like also doing a lot of agitprop with the money. Like, he should be more wasteful. He's very wasteful already with the money. Like, he's just really bad. He lies to all these old fucking idiots before they croak to, you know, dump millions of dollars into his 501c3. And then he's like, oh yeah, I'm really convincing the next generation that, you know, conservatism is the way to go. And then all he does is like buy Facebook ads that target other 85-year-olds, you know? So like he is wasting a lot of their money, but like he should waste even more. Just don't do anything, dude. Just fucking don't worry about it. So technically, who's the real revolutionary? Like, I haven't stolen any money from wealthy reactionary billionaires. Charlie Kirk has stolen hundreds of millions. So technically, he's the real one. You have to admit that. You got to admit it's a fun new take on transphobia. Oh yeah, no, it is fun. That's definitely I had not heard that one before. So that's cool. Wait. Critical support for Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I've already done the face slider thing. All right. Quick update from the homies. So what's up? Like, is their whole thing just like be as annoying as possible? Is that what it is? Like the truckers that aren't even fucking truckers that are going against like 90% of the actual fucking truckers with this shit, like their whole purpose, their whole point is like tons of fun for this trans person, love strays. I mean, look, society is transphobic as fuck, you know this. You're catching strays left and right. At least Charlie Kirk is doing it in an interesting way where he says you're like a cyborg, you know what I mean? I mean, he's rather than the normal piece of shit ways that he does it where he's like trans people are crazy, you know, that sort of stuff. That's the basic shit. Yes, Charlie steals from the rich and you steal from poor normies. Lmao. Yeah, Charlie is based. He steals from rich people. You are ironically just roasted all your viewers. You're roasting your own viewers, Lmao. You are unironically roasting your own viewers. Scam cap, he says. Yeah, theft is when, you know, people are like, I watch this motherfucker who's live for 8 to 10 hours every day. You know what? All of his content is quite literally free, except for the top of the hour ad break, obviously, which I'm not going to run. I already ran it. Okay. And I think he deserves the $5 subscription that I give him. You know, that's theft. I quite literally offer you this for free. You don't have to pay a single fucking dime. And people choose to. And yet people still can't fucking cope with that reality. They're like, why the fuck? Just like they can't cope with the reality that there's 35,000, 38,000, 40,000 people in here from time to time. They like, literally, I read all the comments. And it's always like, how does he have people watching him? Don't Charlie's viewers watch this shit all day too? No, you fucking idiot. No one watches Charlie Kirk shit. We watch Charlie Kirk more than his supposed audience does. He's conservative. Conservative media, other than like Fox News and shit or AM radio broadcasters, are quite literally riddled with people like Charlie Kirk who just have like a fake audience that they have pumped full of ad spend.
Scammed for 16 months straight.
You know? But hey, listen, like, I know it frustrates you. I know it frustrates you that, you know, there's a lot of people in here that like it and enjoy it and think it's like worth $5 a month or free with a Twitch Prime. 35,000 people. Wait, what? Oh, fuck, I missed it. 35,000 people watching other people's content. You are a thief. Yes. When I'm offering commentary. Wait, what? You're a 5-month subscriber. Are you serious? What? Thank you, Xanarain, for the 5 gifted subs, and thank you, Lenny and Carl, for the 5 gifted subs as well.
Hassle.
No shot. This person is serious, right? Anyway.
Hassle.
It was a bad joke. I love you, really. Oh, okay. Because there's a lot of people who like unironically say that. There's like so many people that if you ask them, I'm the only person that does reactions on the internet. Like there's like YouTubers that literally do react content that they edit, obviously, so they don't show the entire process of them reacting to the entire footage, that literally turn around and they're like, dude, you're a thief. Like you literally, all you do is just like fucking play videos and just keep them running. And that's all you do. You know? Like, if you ask motherfuckers, they'll be like, that's all you do. You just, like... you just play a video and walk away.
Hi.
Saying trans folks are cyborgs is actually a big TERF conspiracy theory dog whistle. Wait, really? TERFs fucking think trans folks are cyborgs? Really? I've never heard of that before. That I thought that was like unique. Damn, Charlie fucking plagiarized that take too. You know that's a fake complaint because you literally never play, you always pause. Yeah, I know, but no, but listen, I'm a human being, so I get up to pee and shit, or I'm a human being, I have to eat, right? So sometimes when I fucking play videos, I'm watching it on my phone and I'm not on camera. And I still run in to pause it and like fucking react to it and stuff, right? But what do you call it? Like you can easily, over the course of like my 10-hour fucking broadcast every day, you can very easily clip out an entire compilation where I'm not, you know, where I'm sitting or I'm not sitting on camera. Like I go pee while the video's running and shit. In fairness, you did create a loop of you sitting there to fuck with us. Now you're a Pokemon streamer too. What's up? What's the problem? It's always funny when those motherfuckers complain about you stealing content, only know you watch their shit because they saw a huge amount of views. Yeah, I mean, look, I've had this conversation before. It's like perfectly easy for me not to ever watch any of their fucking dog shit videos. Like, I love what YouTubers do. I am a YouTuber myself. I've started off as a fucking YouTuber, you know? Like any YouTuber that has a problem with me watching their shit, I'll never watch ever again. Some of them make it really easy for me not to watch their shit because they're not good. You know what I mean? They're like actually fucking dog shit. Like they're just straight up making bad content.
As flex.
Others make good content, but don't have or might have an issue with me watching some of their shit. No, not Tier Zoo. I love Tier Zoo. Tier Zoo's great. Eating on stream is disgusting, by the way. Oh, are you talking about fucking... Wait, are you talking about Red Scare? Red Scare pod people?
Enjoy.
Apparently, Dasha's a fan. I think Dasha is a good actress, by the way. Congratulations. You know, I'm returning the favor. Apparently, she's a stream watcher, even though she hates what I do, apparently. They say it's disgusting. But... Anyway, let's continue.
Russia's president is talking about the military standoff in Ukraine for the first time in more than a month. Vladimir Putin accused the U.S. and its allies yesterday of ignoring Russia's concerns that Ukraine may join NATO.
To be honest, I think you should have mods have a command to the vid link in chat. Dude, that is not something we can easily create. I mean, if that was a thing that we could easily create, we would. But also, the idea that, like, we don't fucking promote, like, the YouTube channels that we're watching is a silly one, especially because, like, if I didn't promote the fucking video that I'm watching, how the fuck does it see a massive bump in its viewership to the degree that, like, you recognize that I watched your video? It kind of doesn't make sense. Like, we all know what I'm fucking talking about. There's that one fucking YouTuber who's, like, still making videos about the one time I watched like a 5-minute video of theirs, okay? And I was cooking it, okay? And this person is like completely just fucking brain broken. I mean, really just trying to milk it, okay? Trying to milk it as hard as possible. It happened a year ago, okay? It happened quite literally 1 fucking year ago. And the irony is like, this person was like, you didn't promote me. And I apologized. Don't they literally want you to react to it? Don't talk about it? Yeah, exactly. I don't even want to fucking talk about it. Don't find this video. Don't watch this video. Don't give it fucking views. Like, they're psychos. Like, they're just still watched a fucking literally 5-minute YouTube video and said like, okay, I'll never watch one of their videos again. And then they made like a 10-hour podcast about it, about how much I suck. And a year later, they're still making fucking videos about it, which is insane, okay? But the irony is, man, I disagree with this take entirely. I think their criticism is pretty fair. No, it's not. It's not fair. You want to know why it's not fair? Because they're still making a video about it a year later. They're fucking trying to milk it. They're trying to milk fucking hate-based commentary as best as they can. Really? 5-minute video? Really? Watched a 5-minute fucking video? Still making an hour-long fucking YouTube video about it a year later? Do you think that like that level of criticism is worthy, especially when I'm like, I recognize that, you know, if someone doesn't want me to watch their videos, I will never do that again. And I haven't ever again, which is the reason why I will never watch that video. You know? Ridiculous. Also, I'm going to be honest with you. It wasn't that hard to stop watching this motherfucker's videos. I had never seen them. I'd never heard of them before. I watched one fucking video and I never watched it again because their videos are dog shit. It's not good. It's literally not good. So it was really fucking easy for me to not, you know, watch any of their fucking dumbass videos. Now, that if you find that criticism to be fair, I don't know what to tell you. I don't think time matters in the context of the criticism. The criticism is what, dude? That like you fucking react to videos, you have to promote them? Yeah, of course I do. Because here's how that person found out that I watched one of their videos. They saw a major bump in their fucking viewership. Okay? So clearly, even if I'm not fucking directly being like, go watch this video, it's very obvious that the video saw a big boost in fucking viewership, which led to them figuring out that I was actually fucking watching their viewership. So clearly I did enough promo. So shut the fuck up. It does not make sense. Like the argument doesn't make sense. And that's the reason why 99% of YouTubers love when people watch and react to their fucking videos on stream. That's why I always say, please react to my fucking, you know, please react to my fucking videos. I say that.
I have the brain rot yet.
The fact that you keep talking about it sheds light on it once again, giving them relevancy. I hear you talk about the situation a lot. I think if you drop it, it'll make them nobody again. Yeah, exactly. Big boost, Keg W. Maybe watch the video, dumb fuck. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to do that. I'm not. Listen, guys, if you find me to be a bad person because you think I'm stealing content or whatever the fuck, then go ahead. Okay? Don't watch. Very easy. It's super easy to just not be a part of this stream and a part of this broadcast. This video was really well done. I love you, Haas, but it's really disappointing how quickly you dismiss any criticism of you. Dude. That is not criticism of just me. That's criticism of every single person that fucking watches videos, okay? I hate this. I hate this so much. It's not honest. It's not an honest criticism. It is literally, and now all of you fucking baboons in the chat are now going to force me to watch this, which is like the whole point. The video itself is nothing. It's got like what, fucking 20K views or some shit on its own. But if I watch it, it will turn into a big deal. Okay? And that is precisely the fucking point. That's why people do this shit. Anyway. Look. All right, we're done with that. That's the longest.
Putin has deployed at least 100,000 troops around Ukraine. The U.S. has now sent fighter jets and support units to Estonia, a NATO ally that used to be part of the Soviet Union. Charlie D'Agata is in Tallinn, that's Estonia's capital, with more on this story. Charlie, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Gail. Sub-freezing temperatures are a far cry from North Carolina, where this squadron is based. Around 120 U.S. military personnel taking part in this mission right on Russia's doorstep.
American F-15 screaming eagles soar into darkening skies in a show of U.S. military firepower. The message to NATO allies here, we've got your back. And to Russia, we're watching. The U.S. Air Force's 336th Fighter Squadron taking part in an enhanced air policing mission.
And it's about reassuring your NATO allies.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a team effort from the NATO alliance.
Here's why it matters. The Baltic states are sandwiched between Russia and its ally Belarus and the Baltic Sea. The Russian military has already deployed fighter jets to the region, launched naval exercises in the Baltic Sea, and rolled missile systems into Belarus.
This mission was created in a direct response to Russian military aggression. And now, with Moscow threatening once more, it's never been more vital to the security of this region.
Bolstering the Baltics with additional American forces began after the Russian-backed incursion of eastern Ukraine and the annexation of Crimea in 2014. The head of the Estonian Air Force told us those U.S. jets are crucial.
To bolster, to strengthen the air policing and to show, primarily to show that the alliance is taking its business seriously.
Now, the Brigadier General told us that a Russian fighter did cross into NATO airspace just over the weekend. Leaders here are calling for more U.S. support. The Prime Minister saying the biggest deterrence to Russia.
Oh shit, I was muted. Once again, I was saying I'm here stealing CBS Morning's content. Okay. We're not going to get back into like how fucking Ukraine joining NATO and all this other shit being a problem, okay, for Russian sovereignty, like Russia's autonomy in the region. NATO is an aggressive force. It's not a defensive force, okay? It's just not. Oh, wait, did you promote it? Oh, man, shut up. It's so stupid. Like, the reason why I'm so frustrated about this the prior stunlock is because, like, I'm a content creator, okay? I know how content creators operate. People that say I'm making valid criticisms about this person a year later after I already said they were fucking correct they're not doing it for that reason. They're doing it because they want to fucking get more clout, and I'm giving it to them right now. Stop. It's just so stupid. It's so stupid. It's exactly what the fuck the person wanted, and I'm giving it to them. Let's watch motherfucking Donald Trump, okay? The real content god. The real content king. People have been shitting on React content since 2015. Don't even bother with those weirdos. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Been watching you since TYT and pretty much the only reason I'm on.
I already did that. And it's so fucking stupid whenever people are just like, dude, I think the criticisms were valid. They don't watch me, dude. If you think I'm a piece of shit, if you think I'm a bad person, if you think I steal content, what the fuck are you here? Why are you giving me money? It's just a collection of them taking clips of you going to the bathroom and cooking and acting like that's all you do the whole time for reacts. Yeah, that's not fucking genuine. Like, it's just disingenuous, and that's really frustrating, okay? So I hate it when motherfuckers are in here being like, I've had enough. I hate it when motherfuckers are in here being like, that's actually really just honest criticism. Like, are you fucking stupid? How are you like, oh, I'm a fan of Hasan, but like, this is really honest and good faith criticism. It's like, dude, are you stupid? Are you a moron? You're in the chat right now. Anyway, it's a stunlock from a year ago. Oh God, I hate it. I just fucking.
Donkey Bono.
It's so stupid, especially because like I've made my attitude on this known a million times. And I'm very respectful to content creators that don't want me to look at their shit. Okay? Like, of course, I'll never look at them again. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry. Like, and I said this last year.
Hassle.
Today at the rally, you talked about the potential, if it's appropriate, of pardoning some of the January 6ers. Yeah. Lindsey Graham said a couple days later he thinks that's inappropriate.
I feel the brain.
What do you think?
Well, Lindsey Graham's wrong. I mean, Lindsey's a nice guy, but he's a RINO. Lindsey's wrong.
True.
Look,
he's a RINO.
They tried to burn down Washington. We're talking federal buildings. They were terrible. Every Democrat city was on fire. And nobody says anything about it. Antifa and BLM were causing such problems, including death. Don't forget, with the exception of one young, fine woman, nobody died on January 6th. Nobody died on January 6th. They like to say 5 people, but nobody died on January 6th.
It's not true. There's like literally other... What? There are quite literally other people. Like there was a woman that got trampled and shit. Like what? That's not even true. Other people died in the protests.
Nobody was intentionally killed.
The one person who died was Ashley Babbitt. She was killed by a ruthless man that never should have used his gun to shoot her. She was killed.
And he's a hero to the left. That cop is a hero.
I think it's a disgrace. And in fact, they wanted to shield him, but he couldn't get...
Dude, I love that he's just going on Newsmax now. Like, he's not even fucking... He's gone beyond Fox News, okay? I love that.
On television.
Because, like, if you think Fox News is bad, and they are bad, right? There's a degree of, like, at least some level of competence that Fox News still has to demonstrate that Newsmax does not. Like, that guy could literally recite the 14 words. Like, straight up. Fox at least has to hide it within other rhetoric on the Tucker Carlson broadcast, of course, where he has to say stuff like, why can't we care about our families? You know, that sort of shit. Whereas on Newsmax, he can just straight up say 14 words. It's awesome.
Television fast enough. I saw his interview. And he thinks it was great.
I mean, look at this interview.
Her.
Like, look at this interview. Look at the things that he is saying right now. He's like, yeah, that cop is a hero to the left. Like, no one knows who the fuck that cop is. He's like a Secret Service guy.
And killed her. And she didn't have a gun. She didn't have anything. There was no reason to do that. It's a disgrace. But she was the person that died. And they're not treating these people the same way. You don't see with all of the killing and all of the fires and all of the burning, including of federal buildings, they tried to burn down the courthouses. I stopped them in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. We sent in the National Guard.
This is always funny because he's like, I want cops to kill for me. I don't want cops to kill my people and my supporters. I want them to kill for me. Believe it. Believe me.
I'm not even supposed to be doing that. That's supposed to be up to the Democrat governor. These are all Democrat-run areas. But with all of that, you don't see anybody going to jail and being treated like these people. These people are being
treated. This is also one of the funniest fucking memes, okay? This idea that no one went to jail for participating in like Black Lives Matter protests is just not true. It is categorically false. Okay? It's just such an insanely false take. I don't know what the actual numbers are. I don't know. And I'm surprised no one in like mainstream media has actually done a report on this. But like, yes, of course there are people. I mean, I know people that have gone to jail. Daniel Shaver is an example of an anarchist who like went to fucking jail just for posts, okay? Beyond that, like, why the fuck were there bail funds if people weren't straight up getting fucking mobbed up and locked up? They don't go to jail. Most of them go to hospital. Not true. Not true. They bagged and tagged hella people. You are wrong. 4,500 were arrested. 1,743 were charged. Where'd you find
horribly.
that?
I would absolutely, because some of them are being treated very unfairly. Yeah, I would absolutely give them a pardon
The
if
punishments
things
are
don't work out
Oh,
fairly.
wait. No, I'm not talking about Daniel Shaver. Fuck. I said the wrong. No. Daniel Shaver was murdered by the police. What's the fucking dude? The Florida anarchist. Daniel Baker, not Daniel Shaver. Sorry. Daniel Baker is who I was thinking of. Figures show stark difference between arrested DC Black Lives Matter protests. Oh, yeah, he's fucking. Okay, here it is. Black Lives Matter arrested the cap. What? What? Why is it? What? Oh my God, it keeps refreshing. I can't. Okay, it worked. Fucking, I'm in. I love stealing content. I am such a fucking thief, dude. Oh my God, I love doing theft. It's my favorite thing to do. Please. Oh. Anyway. I think it should be illegal to paywall articles. Straight up. Sorry. You fucking cheap ass himbo hog. God damn it. Dude, I am a thief, okay? I love content theft. Not only do I love content theft so much, I show you ways of stealing content from me if you want to fucking do that, even though everything is pretty much free. I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't give a fuck. It's awesome. I would love to download a car. I hate the idea that people say, I hate that fucking app because, like, you want to download a car? Bitch, if you could download a car, do you know how many fucking cars I'd be downloading? I would urge everyone to download a car. Okay? I'd be like, definitely download a car, dude. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, it's not just the arrest. People were permanently maimed by less than lethal rounds. Yep, that's true. Anyway, data on unrest-related arrests from Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police highlighting the stark difference between authorities cracking down on racial justice protests last summer and an underwhelming law enforcement last Wednesday. Okay. 52 people were arrested on Washington, D.C. Wednesday after Trump supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol and interrupted Congress. Officials investigated the situation further. Even if you paid for a subscription to these sites, I'm sure they wouldn't love you sharing that subscription with 35,000 people. Yeah, also, fuck that. Like, I'm not going to buy a fucking subscription to Forbes, dude. I'm sorry. Like, get the fuck out of here. I don't agree with it. Figure out a way to fund it, brother. I'm sorry.
Hey, Daddy.
The only media outlet I give money to is Democracy Now! Anyway, I don't care.
Check out 12feet.io. It bypasses paywalls.
I agree with you, but how's it different than TV? I mean, I don't want to pay for TV either. I think I should be able to steal television stuff too. I don't care. Yeah, I know. How are we going to fund it? Yeah, you'll figure it out. That's your problem, not mine. I mean, I literally watch MasterChef on here. What are you talking about? I don't care. Also, fuck Forbes have been writing shit about Modi for fucking repealing the neoliberal farm laws. I'm sending an IM to Sam Cedar telling me you don't have an MR membership. Okay. You gonna react to that person's video about you reacting? No, dude. No. Ew. Ew. Get away. Get away. Ew. 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 No, I'm not gonna fucking react to a person who made a video, who made a second video about me after a 10-hour fucking podcast about me for reacting to a video of theirs from 5 years, from 5 years ago, from a year ago. Okay? No. Ew. Stop. You're gross and pathetic. Stop it. Stop it. Oh man, imagine the LSF thread a few months ago for that. So glad you're off there. Oh dude, I know. That would have been num, 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 num. That would have been so delicious for LSF. They would have loved that shit, dude.
Punishments are out of proportion to the crime.
Out of proportion, like 20 times out of proportion. These people are being persecuted. And the other ones, when they caught people who killed people, they want to give them the minimum sentence. They're out there fighting for a minimum sentence. No, it's a very unfair situation. Black Lives Matter, Antifa, and others, these radical left people. I mean, you have the vice president trying to bail everybody out of jail, but they weren't in jail very long. It was pretty easy to do.
Yeah.
And getting the bail was very easy.
One of the best things, I got to mention this as well, but one of the best things about being banned from LSF is that I also never go on LSF anymore. Like, I just don't go on it at all, which makes me a lot, like, I think it just, like, frees me a little bit and my brain space. Like, even now, sometimes I'll see, like, negative shit, and I'll seek it out. Like in the mornings especially, I'll be looking for like negative commentary about me. Because, you know, I can't stop myself. It's just something I cannot stop about myself. Okay. And I catch myself way, way faster. Like, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing right now? Like, why am I... You know, why am I reading this shit? And then I immediately stop, which is really good. But sometimes I also want to make sure LSF lives in your head rent free. No, not at all. I never go on LSF anymore. LSF is done for me. But no, but I will sometimes seek out like negative comments. But part of it is also because like I don't ever want to miss like good criticism, you know what I mean? But it's really, really difficult to find like actual constructive criticism because most of the criticism that's like deranged, psychotic, pathological is couched as good criticism or like constructive criticism. So it's really fucking difficult to find the actual constructive shit. LSF is not, we're not talking about LSF. I'm talking about other kinds of other avenues. There's a lot of other avenues. I don't think that video command would nearly be as hard as you made it out to be. It wouldn't be that hard to have a mod copy of the YouTube video. Dude, we're having the dumbest conversation. Not a single fucking streamer does this. I show whatever fucking content creator we're watching like 90% of the time. The 1% that 99% of the time, the 1% that I fucking missed is a percentage that I apologize for already. We're fucking done. This is from 1 year ago, dude. You're literally crying about a video from a year ago that I watched for 5 minutes. Like, that's insane. Okay? I don't know how to do it. If someone wants to do that, if someone wants to figure out how we could do that, I would love to do it, okay? I would love to do it. If someone knows how to do it, sure, I'll do it. If no one puts it together or figures it out, I'm not doing it. Okay? But that's not like, if you're looking for good criticism, then honestly, React Vids would be a good place to look. Wait, what? Bro, you take everything as a fucking attack. Calm down. You just made a suggestion, Jesus? Dude, what you don't understand is you don't have 38 or 36,000 micromanagers up your fucking asshole all day, okay? So you don't understand what's going on, okay? Like, you do not understand what's going on. You're like, dude, it's just a suggestion. You know how many fucking suggestions motherfuckers do to me? Give me all day, every day? I mean, I fucking freak out about this shit. Why don't you invite black lefties on your stream? Shut the fuck up. Suck my dick. And I do. So shut the fuck up.
Don't forget to run the top of the hour ad break.
Like, see, it's happening. It's already happening. The moment that I like react to chat, boom, everyone comes crawling out of the fucking woodwork to like be like, oh, this is it. It's time to fucking micromanage. It's time to fucking write some dumb shit in the chat. He's going to read it. He's going to respond to it. He's going to read it. He's going to respond to it. Anyway. So. I yell at chatters when they also ask or have honest suggestions like, why don't you use a caption service? Why don't you change the audio dial? A lot of those people are actually fucking asking and suggesting things for good reason. Like they think they are. But I yell at them as well. Why are you hyper focusing on this particular individual? Why are you losing your shit? This is it. This is time to micromanage. Yeah, it is.
These people are in jail.
Okay.
In a horrible, disgusting, dirty jail, so bad that the court system, which is very left, is angry that people have to live like this. And some of these people are not guilty. Many of these people are not guilty. What they've done to these, and in many cases, patriots, they're soldiers, they're policemen, what they've done to them compared to what they've done to the other side, you know, you have to have equal justice, and this isn't equal. No. So I would absolutely be prepared, and Lindsey Graham doesn't know what the hell he's talking about if he says that, because you have to have equal justice. It's very, very unfair what's happened to this group of people.
The court system is very leftist. He's right. He's just a truth teller, and you're just fucking jealous of him being able to tell the truth.
I want to start with obviously the most pressing situation I think this country has right now, which is the situation between Russia and Ukraine. It's a situation that...
I can make an extension for you that would put the current tabs in your URL and chat a command if that would be useful. Why would I literally load a keylogger onto my computer, man? No, that would not be useful. That would be absolute insanity, okay? Yeah, please, dude. Because some fucking random YouTuber made a valid criticism about me or some shit that like is launched at 0 other people, by the way. 0 other fucking Twitch streamers, just me for some weird suspicious reason. Yeah, let me just download a fucking keylogger, dude. Like, that's crazy. I'm not going to do that.
A lot of people, a lot of Republicans think, and the Ukrainians think, that President Biden has made worse. If in this situation, all of a sudden you were handed the gavel, you can run the whole situation, what exactly would you do today to fix it?
Well, it's a tricky question because it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened. This was not even thinkable. And China wouldn't have happened. And you know, what's going to happen with Taiwan now and lots of other problems.
What do you think is going to happen?
I think that after the Olympics, it'll be a very interesting period of time because they see the way we withdrew from Afghanistan, the horrible way, not the fact that we did, because I was the one that got it down to 2,000 soldiers, but we were getting out with strength and dignity and the equipment and no death. What happened is terrible, and the world watched, and they watch our borders where people are flooding into our country. We have no idea who they are, where they come from. And things are happening now that are very bad. I've never seen anything like what's happening to our country.
But let's say right now Biden calls you up and says, I have no idea what to do here. Tell me what to do. What would you say to do in this moment?
You have to project strength. Yeah. He doesn't have any respect for our leadership. He doesn't have any respect for our country anymore. They respected our country, and frankly, they respected our leader a year ago. This was not something that was ever going to happen. Supply chain was never going to happen. Many things weren't going to happen. Inflation, when you look at that, you look at the crime rate in the cities, what's happening to Democrat-run cities.
Yeah.
But this was something in Ukraine that was never going to happen. This was not on the books.
Should
would
they
have
go after
never
the
done
pipeline?
it. Well, I think this was something that Putin would have always liked to have done, but he didn't see the opportunity, certainly not in the last few years.
Yeah.
So Victor Davis Hanson, who's a terrific, I think, historian philosopher, said, one thing with Trump, nothing happened during the Trump years with respect to Russia. Much happened before, you know that, and much happened right now after. But nothing happened, frankly, nothing happened with respect to any country. They didn't take advantage of us. We got back in the swim. We made better trade deals. We did a lot of good things, but nothing happened.
Nothing happened. Very much happened, but also nothing happened. And all the good things happened while I was president, and all the bad things happened while I wasn't president, believe me. It's so good, dude. What a fucking brilliant guy, dude. How do you not respect this man?
Happened that was negative to the United States.
A lot of Republicans are calling for the transcripts of the phone call between Zelensky and Biden. The phone call, it's been reported, was a nightmare, even reported by CNN to have been a nightmare. They went after.
For me, it would have been a beautiful dream.
Do you think Biden
Not a
will release
nightmare,
them the
believe
way
me.
that you did?
Well, I gave mine out very openly. They didn't even ask for them. I gave them out because they made up my phone call. They said I said this and that 8 times, quid pro quo. 8 times. You're going to say 8 times? I want this, I want that. 8 times the same thing. Just so crazy. It was Schiff, he's a nut job, and all these people. No, I gave mine out, and it's lucky we had a transcript because they lied about my call. They lied totally. I got impeached over a fake, phony story that they made up. It would be interesting to see the call. I suspect the call was pretty much like they said, but it's not going to change anything. Not going to change anything, but it certainly would be interesting to see it.
And do you think Russia makes any moves? Do you think they go?
It's looking like they will. I would have said it's not even possible. This is not something that ever would have happened if we were there. But it's looking to me, Rob, like they will make a move.
The first year of this presidency.
By the way, excuse me. At a minimum, they're going to negotiate a lot of good stuff. Because if they don't make a move, Biden will give them everything.
The first year of this presidency,
what?
I know you have a lot of thoughts about that. There's a 17% approval of the direction that this country is going in right now. 17% of Americans think we're going in the right direction.
Is that the lowest ever?
It might be. I don't know the answer to
Can't
that. But
imagine
I
being
can't
much
imagine
lower.
it being much lower unless, maybe
I've
the
never
Great
heard of
Depression.
it.
Maybe the Great Depression. But that's a Gallup poll, by the way. Your reaction to that?
Well, I've never heard of a number like that. That's the lowest number I've ever heard. So I don't know if it's a record or not.
No one has had lower numbers. In the history of numbers, this is the lowest number we have arrived at.
But as you say, the Great Depression, maybe if they ever did it during the Great Depression. There was no money to do polls in the Great
Chat
Depression.
saying 16, not a real number. That's not real. Everyone knows it starts with 17, 18, 19. That's how it works.
Right?
Yeah.
But
15 is not real.
No, it's a terrible number. It's probably high.
The biggest, I think the biggest problem that we have of all the problems that we've accumulated in the last year has got to be inflation. You've got regular Americans that work hard are much poorer underneath this administration than they were a year ago or 2 years ago. And the inflation is very bad. It doesn't indicate that it's going to slow down. It doesn't look like it's going to slow down. What needs to be done? This is the stuff that you guys did well. You guys were great with economic stuff. You had a great team, a great economic team. What should they do? What does the Fed need to do to nip this right now so it doesn't get any worse?
I don't really think it's the biggest problem, but it's a real big one. I think the biggest problem is what's happening on our border. Millions and millions of people are coming into our country. We have no idea who they are. And not only millions of people.
Damn, why did he drop the inflation? That's like a good talking point against Biden. Maybe because he doesn't want interest rates to increase. You know what I mean? Too rich to care? Guys, of course he's rich as fuck, but Donald Trump's beauty doesn't come... Donald Trump's beauty is that, like, regardless of how fucking wealthy he is, he knows how to read the room. So if he's dropping a talking point, it's legitimately surprising that he's dropping a talking point against Biden that he could normally use.
Man, hope you're having a good stream.
Millions coming in, but more being sent out in this administration. Probably the interest rate play. That's a good take. I mean, most likely. No, Donald Trump knows how to deal with Donald Trump knows how to deal with inflation. Chad, shut the fuck up. Like, every rich person knows what the ultimate solution is, so they can fucking advocate against it. Okay.
But billions and billions of dollars worth of drugs at a level 10 times what it was a year ago. And I think that's probably the biggest problem right now, because it's going to take a long time to fix.
Yeah.
But inflation could be done much more easily, frankly, if you got your energy costs down. Inflation was hurt very badly by the energy, because when I was there, it was $1.87 a gallon for gas. And now you know what it is? It's like 5, 6, and even...
Yeah, it was $1.87 because of the COVID. What the fuck? Like... Dude, I don't understand. Like, how do you say that?
$7 in places in California. Mm-hmm. So, you know, that's a...
I mean, that stuff is like really fucking stupid. Like... First of all, comparing California gas prices to Texas is ridiculous. California literally has an extra tax for gas prices. Okay? Like, we voted for it. And not only that, but also, like, saying it was 187 in the middle of COVID is so fucked up. Like, what was it before COVID, dickhead? Like, I mean, I love Donald Trump. Obviously, he's brilliant. He's very funny, very charismatic. But, like, this is so bad. Like, that's just, like, such a fucking classic idiotic take, like, dumb guy take.
Threefold increase. I think that if you got the energy down, we were energy independent first time in many, many decades. I mean, maybe ever. They say 72 years. I think maybe ever. And we were energy independent. Think of that.
Yeah.
And we had low gasoline and fuel prices, energy prices. And now they've gone up so much that I think they have driven the price of almost everything up, because energy is all invasive.
So did milk prices go up threefold in this time? Because that's like saying traffic was lower when there were lockdowns. Wait, what? No, the reason why they could control agricultural and milk production, which is why they dumped out a bunch, so they could fucking stabilize prices. Remember, we talked about this. Whereas with gas, you have to rely on OPEC. With oil, you have to rely on OPEC.
It's all over, right? And I really think if you got the energy prices down very substantially, inflation would have a chance to come down.
Should the Fed, the Fed's talking about interest rate hikes in this year. I think there may be maybe 3 or 4 hikes this year. A lot of people, a lot of economists have said, even on my show, that they
yeah, gas was cheap during 2020 because no one was buying it due to COVID. Barrels of crude were literally worth $-, so production ramped down. And in 2021, it's expensive because we didn't have enough supply for the increased demand. As a matter of fact, today, or I guess technically yesterday, OPEC literally got together and talked about how they are going to increase their production once again in order to fucking readjust to the inflation. So So the idea that like oil prices are directly related to directly related to the current administration is, I don't know. I mean, there are things that the administration can do, but if anything, Biden's trying to lower gas prices. He's pro-fracking.
Got to hike more than they're anticipating doing if they want to get this under control. Do we need a dramatic hike? They've kept it low for a long time.
Yeah.
You know,
you're going to have to do something about the inflation, and that's one of the ways that you solve the inflation problem. I was here when the prime rate went to 21%. That was during the Jimmy Carter years.
See?
And the same thing could happen right now.
That's why I said, dude, there's no way he doesn't know how to fucking... Dude, he's rich. Rich guys know how to fucking, deal with inflation, okay? I love that chatters were like, Donald Trump doesn't know what to do about inflation. Like, no, of course they know, because they have to fucking advocate against it.
Yeah.
Energy costs are so high. We're going back to OPEC, and we're going to Russia to ask for energy for the east coast of the United States. Can you believe it? They're the ones supplying it. You know, New England, which tends to be on the liberal side, has the highest energy prices in the country, and they're fueled by Russia. The whole thing, it's not even, who can even believe this? We didn't need anybody's energy when I was there. We were energy independent. We made our own, and it was very inexpensive.
The funniest thing is after all the pandering that we saw over climate change from this administration, I mean, they sold themselves as warriors on this issue. The Washington Post reporting that the Biden administration has outpaced your administration in issuing drilling on public lands.
Oh, so what's up? Yeah, exactly. So what's up? What's up? What's up with that? It's true, by the way. So what's up with that, huh? What is he going to say?
Oil and gas, which to me, frankly, is hilarious. How ridiculous does that look to you after everything that they said?
Well, it's pretty ridiculous. And I think that, the bottom line is we're taking in a lot less energy because we don't have energy to fuel ourselves. Yeah. So, we had tremendous amounts of excess energy, so much so that I filled up the strategic reserves.
He's like,
first time in.
He's like, I developed more energy without drilling. I actually love the climate now. I hate climate change, and I love saving the environment now. Believe me.
40 years that they were right to the top. They were empty. And now Biden is using the strategic reserves that I filled up to try and reduce oil prices. Can you believe this? And they're not meant for that. They're meant in case of war, etc. But I filled them up. 75 million barrels. I filled them up at very low prices.
He did. He's the best, dude. Jen Psaki. Oh, this was so fucking cringe, dude. Okay. While I don't know, like my commentary on like what to do about Joe Rogan's COVID misinfo has basically just been like, I don't fucking know how to stop it. Okay. I wish it would, but like, I don't know how to stop it, but I'm not an advocate of like taking him off the fucking platforms. This is incredibly cringe. This is nuclear cringe. Jen Psaki, okay? Literally, like the American federal government has a take about Spotify. It's so weird, dude. What the fuck? Okay? Still talking about Joe Rogan. Dude, did you just sit in here for 4.5 hours to like wait for the opportunity to just be like, still talking about Joe Rogan? Got him! Fucking got him, dude! Fucking yes! Yes! He clicked on a Joe Rogan video on the playlist, dude! Fuck! Ugh. Like literally, I've been live for 4 fucking hours, dude. For 4 hours, which means you've seen 4 ad breaks. You're about to see the 4th one. Unless you're subscribed, in which case you will not see it. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break, but those who are subscribed do not see those ad breaks. And if you want to be one of those people that want an ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5, or you can do that for free. With a Twitch Prime, if you have a Twitch Prime, by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, okay? Or by getting gifted a sub from someone. Fuck. I have a major headache, dude. I think I drank too much coffee this morning. I just fucking, god damn it. Rocks, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Woo! Kagure! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Let's talk a little bit about this. Yesterday, you know what's going on with Joe Rogan. Also, a number of different artists are pulling their music from Spotify.
Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
They feel like he should not be allowed to be there. Yesterday, let's see, Graham Nash and India Ari now pulling their music. Neil Young has pulled his. Now, interesting, fans of Taylor Swift are being urged. Are urging Taylor Swift to pull her music from Spotify. They've also noted Madonna and Adele as well. If they pulled their music, that would be something.
Yeah, there's a difference between Neil Young and Joni Mitchell and Taylor Swift and Rihanna and those people. But the reason this is happening, of course, is because some of these celebrities feel like Joe Rogan shouldn't be on Spotify because they're accusing him of COVID misinformation for highlighting people with different perspectives. And Spotify responded by saying, okay, any podcast that talks about COVID, we're going to put a disclaimer on it. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki was asked about this yesterday. Here's what she had to say.
Thank you, Andy Porter, for the 5. Get the subs.
Disclaimer, it's a positive step, but we want every platform to continue doing more to call out mis and disinformation while also uplifting accurate information. Our hope is that all major tech platforms and all major news sources, for that matter, be responsible and be vigilant to ensure the American people have access to accurate information on something as significant as COVID-19. That certainly includes Spotify.
So what is misinformation? As Joe Rogan brilliantly pointed out on Sunday when he just grabbed his iPhone and talked in his garage or talked in his backyard, he said, is it that the genesis of the pandemic came from a lab? That used to get you banned from YouTube or Twitter. Now it's pretty much conventional wisdom. How about the fact that the vaccine is supposed to prevent you from getting this virus and you can take your mask off? That was considered misinformation. Now it's basically fact that we're all living with. How about the fact that the masks that you put on are supposed to be effective? And how about the fact that now on the cover of Newsweek, it's basically face decorations? How about the fact that what Ashley just read to you, that Johns Hopkins, that fly-by-night organization that is fully funded by this guy named Mike Bloomberg, billions of dollars every week, they say that lockdown shutdowns and the staying out of school and being locked in your house is actually worse for you than before. Now, if I said that 8 months ago, you probably would have got banned.
Like, none of those things are things that you would get banned for. I can't. They're just making shit up now, dude, okay? They're fucking literally making shit up. Also, you're Fox News. Like, do you know where you're at? You've been saying way, way, way worse shit than that. Non-fucking stop. It just like hurts my soul, okay? Anyway, also, we don't know if fucking COVID was made in a lab, okay? Well, we know it wasn't made in a lab, but we don't know if it fucking leaked out of a lab or not. Okay? Anyway, I don't want to watch the rest of this. I just did think that the Jen Psaki one was so fucking whack. Pfizer requests FDI authorization for COVID vaccine for kids under 5 years old. Skipping that. Youngest school mask policy is sparking backlash amongst the fucking Virginia residents. Don't care about any of that shit. You would literally be banned off Twitter, Facebook, etc. if you mention the lab leak theory. Guys, you are wrong. Do you want to know why you are wrong? Because the lab leak theory, okay? The lab leak theory, the hypothesis, not even a hypothesis, just a fucking theory, is just the same as the zoonotic disease one, okay? Zoonotic disease spread. Now, the reason why you are wrong about that, okay, is because the State Department literally came out with that theory on the first day. Donald Trump said it. And they said way more than that. The lab leak theory is true. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's so fucking annoying. I despise motherfuckers that keep saying that like this is 100% certain. No. It is less credible than zoonotic spread, but still a fucking it's still one competing theory, okay? That's it. Fuck. Like giving me a goddamn headache. It could be true, but we don't know. Exactly. It could be. But it's just one competing theory. Okay? The real theory is that it's time. It's not less credible. Now you're dishonest. It is absolutely less credible. It is absolutely less credible. It is. You just want to believe that it's the same level of credibility. Given how diseases fucking start and spread, it being regular zoonotic disease is way more credible than it being a fucking lab leak. We will probably never know, to be honest. That's not true. Of course we're going to fucking know. Zero evidence for zoonotic disease, my guy? Zero? Zero. Tons of evidence for lab leak, none for zoology. Zero evidence. My man says zoology. Okay. No, I'm not going to debate everyone and play Pokemon instead. People also take Lab League and jump to it was man-made. I know. I'm not even going to talk about that. Okay. Wait. No, I'm not going to play Pokemon right now. It's MasterChef time. We're on episode 14. People didn't want to believe. People did not want to fucking believe. But here it is, okay? Told you I would do it. Oh god, I have such a bad headache. Damn. Let me tweet out that we're doing it. Let me tweet out that we're fucking MasterChefing. Okay. The other thing that I also want to tweet out is who has a meme for this? Who has a good fit? They said it couldn't be done, but I believed. MasterChef is back, baby.
I really am here forever, goddammit.
I have such a bad fucking... Oh, this is brilliant, dude. This is brilliant. Thank you, chatter. This is brilliant. Varroa. That's a fucking awesome fucking meme, dude. Gaming Frogs, hope you made a food bank. Dude, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you guys so fucking aggro against one another? I can't tell if you're just doing it for the sake of the memes in the chat or if you truly despise one another. Like, why can't I have a fucking community of people that like appreciate all the content that we have to offer here? Like, it's so wild. It's got to be memes, right? They said it couldn't be done, but I believed. MasterChef is back, baby. Look at that. Look at that meme, dude. I love that. Bro, we make teams out of everything and joke around, lol. Yeah, it's just weird that, like, homies just think that this is like a, you know, you're fucking one or the other. Not. By the way, and I've said this, the last thing I was going to say is, it doesn't matter if it was a fucking lab leak. It doesn't matter if it wasn't a lab leak. It was like regular zoonotic spread. Because we let it spread in America. Like, we let it spread like a motherfucker here when we knew it was spreading. There's still people. We act like there aren't people right now, like in our lives, okay? Not that far away from us, that straight up act like COVID is fake still. They believe COVID is a bioweapon, but then they act like it's fucking fake at the same time. And y'all are... No, we're not at episode 13. We watched episode 13 yesterday. We're at episode 14.
No ads for me, heart.
It's so strange.